Chapter 141. Current Body Han Reni. The first order of business after winning a fight to the death. Cleanup. It's not the glamorous part they write about in cultivation novels, but it's arguably one of the most important. Leave evidence lying around, and suddenly you're dealing with revenge plots and angry sect elders rather than focusing on your cultivation. I looked down at the 3 bodies sprawled in various positions around me. Their blood was already starting to pool on the stone, dark and accusatory. If I was going to do something about this mess, it needed to be now, before anyone stumbled across the scene. Even in this seemingly run-down part of the city, 3 dead cultivators, Rochin wouldn't go unnoticed for long, especially not when they worked for someone important enough to send assassins after the young master whose body I now inhabited. The ground here is mostly packed earth, I observed, kneeling to press my palm against the soil. Despite years of foot traffic and neglect, I could sense the dormant potential in it. Life always found a way, even in the most unlikely places. That should make this easier. Reaching out with my awareness, I contacted the scattered weeds and stubborn grass that had pushed through cracks in the stone pathway. They were hardy things, adapted to surviving with minimal resources in this chi-starved world. Or rookie-starved, I supposed I should say. The terminology here would take some getting used to. The plants responded sluggishly to my call. Nothing like the eager symphony of growth I was used to commanding. But they responded nonetheless, roots beginning to shift and expand beneath the surface. Interesting, Azure commented. The local flora seems to retain some basic compatibility with your techniques, despite the difference in energy systems. I nodded, continuing to direct the underground network of roots. It's like speaking the same language but with a heavy accent. They understand what I want, but the execution is slower, less precise. Still, slow progress was better than no progress. I guided the roots to wrap around each corpse, weaving them into natural cocoons that would help mask any residual spiritual traces. Then I began sinking them deeper into the earth. It would have been easier if we had some fire techniques, Azure noted as I finished concealing the last body. We could have reduced them to ash. True, I agreed, brushing dirt off my hands. But I'm a wood cultivator, not a fire one. We work with what we have. I paused, looking down at my blood-stained robes. Though right now, what we have is a lot of evidence to get rid of. Speaking of evidence, YGGY was still out, its vine form wrapped protectively around my wrist. The little plant had saved my life, our lives, but having a clearly supernatural plant visible probably wasn't the best idea. Time to go home, little friend, I said softly, patting the vine. YGGY rustled its leaves in what might have been protest, tightening its grip slightly. Don't worry, I'm fine now. Well, mostly fine. Somevat fine? Let's go with not actively dying and call it a win. YGGY seemed to consider this for a moment, then rubbed itself against my hand one last time before dissipating, its essence returning to my inner world. I could feel it settling back into its usual spot, probably already planning how to protect me from the next batch of assassins. Master, Azure called out. While the immediate threat has been neutralized, we should consider that these men's disappearance will likely be noticed quickly. Their employer, Elder Zhou, I finished, remembering the fragments of worry and hatred I'd picked up from the young master's consciousness. Yes, I imagine a Tier 2 cultivator, Rochin, won't be too happy about losing his enforcers. While I'd managed to defeat these Tier 1 Rochin thanks to my runes and YGGY's timely assistance, going up against someone at Tier 2 would be another matter entirely. Hopefully he isn't anything stronger than that. From what we've overheard, Azure tried to reassure me. There don't seem to be any Rochin at the Tier 3 stage or above in this world. Yeah, but we both know how that usually goes. There's always some ancient monster hiding in a cave somewhere, maintaining their cultivation through whatever means necessary. I paused, considering. Though in a world that's slowly dying, maintaining high-level cultivation must be challenging. So what now? Azure asked. Now? I looked around the alley. The blood would be harder to clean up completely, but the morning dew would help dilute it, and the first rain would wash away most traces. Now we find somewhere quiet to figure out exactly what we're dealing with. I'd rather not get into another fight until I understand this body's capabilities. And there were a lot of questions to answer. How did Rookie compare to Chi in terms of practical application? What were this body's actual limits? And most importantly, how was I going to handle having a roommate in this new body of mine? Unauthorized reproduction. This story has been taken without approval. Report sightings. I made my way through the slowly awakening city, keeping to back alleys and shadows. The warehouse district gradually gave way to what looked like a park or garden area. Probably belonged to one of the wealthier families back when this city was more prosperous. Now it was overgrown and neglected, perfect for someone who needed to do some undisturbed cultivation. I found a secluded spot surrounded by thick bushes and old trees. The vegetation would help hide me from casual observation, and more importantly, would warn me through their connection if anyone approached. Sometimes being a plant cultivator had its perks. Settling into a cross-legged position, I took a deep breath. It was time to find out what I was working with. Status update: current body. Name: Han Rini. Level: Tier 1 Rochin. Core Essence. Soul Essence. 500/1250. Spiritual Essence. 300/1100. Physical Essence. 350/1150. Well, that's interesting, I muttered, studying the numbers. My soul essence was already beginning to recover now that I had a proper vessel, which was expected. What really caught my attention were the spiritual and physical essence readings. When I'd possessed Tomas in the Two Suns world, his body had been completely devoid of spiritual essence, just an empty vessel waiting to be filled. But this body, while not matching my usual reserves, actually had a respectable amount of spiritual power. More importantly, I could feel it slowly increasing. The World Tree Sutra appears to be converting the local Rookie into proper chi, Azure explained. The energies are similar enough that the conversion is possible, though not particularly efficient. I nodded, feeling the familiar warmth of the Genesis seed working within me. So, we can actually recover spiritual essence here? That's unexpected. Yes, though there are limitations, Azure cautioned. The Rookie is significantly weaker than proper chi, requiring a much larger quantity to produce useful amounts. Additionally, the ambient energy here is... He paused, searching for the right word. Sparse. I nodded, remembering what I'd overheard in the tavern earlier. That man's description of Rookie being like soup in his grandfather's time, now reduced to trying to breathe through a wet cloth. It wasn't just poetic exaggeration. This world really was dying, its energy slowly leaking away like air from a punctured balloon. I've calculated the likely recovery rate, Azure continued. At current environmental levels, it will take approximately 1 week to fully restore your spiritual essence reserves. A whole week, I whistled softly. That's inconvenient. So basically, without any pills, treasures, or formations to speed things up, we can only use our full power once before needing a 7-day recovery period. Correct, though you do have the option of partial usage and slower recovery. I shrugged, trying to stay positive. Well, it's better than having no chi at all. And in the meantime, we can experiment with using Rookie directly. Might learn something useful. Speaking of learning opportunities, have you noticed anything interesting about the physical essence readings? I turned my attention back to those numbers. 350 out of a possible 1150. Not terrible, considering the circumstances. What was interesting was how that compared to cultivation levels I was familiar with. This body's physical strength is equivalent to what I'd expect from a third-stage chi condensation cultivator. I mused. Pretty impressive for someone who just broke through to Tier 1. Either everyone in this world is naturally built like a brick wall, or young Master Han's family invested significant resources in improving his constitution, Azure finished. Given what we've seen of their current financial situation, that seems like a substantial sacrifice. I nodded, my fingers brushing against the fine fabric of the robes I was wearing. They were well made but showing signs of wear, probably handed down or repurposed rather than new. A family spending everything they had to give their heir the best possible foundation, even as their fortunes declined. Well, I said after a moment, at least we can repay some of that investment. Once my soul essence recovers fully, we can convert some of it to physical essence using the tri-essence harmony technique. By the time young Master Han gets his body back, he'll have the physical capabilities of a 6-stage cultivator to work with. Speaking of this body, Azure, have another look at the meridians. Turning my attention inward, I began a careful examination of how Rookie moved through this vessel. The channels were strange. Not exactly like the meridians I was used to, but not completely foreign either. They felt rougher somehow, less refined, like comparing a dirt path to a paved road. Both would get you where you needed to go, but one was clearly more developed than the other. The structure is fascinating, Azure commented. Unlike Wei Ye's artificial channels, these appear to be natural formations. However, they're significantly less complex than what we typically encounter in our original world. I froze. Wait, are you saying this body is artificial too? Not exactly, Azure replied. It's more like, consider Wei Yi as a first-generation prototype, specifically designed and constructed. Young Master Han's ancestor might have been similar, but after generations of natural reproduction, the artificial aspects became naturalized. I finished understanding what he was getting at. Like Wei Lin being fully human despite his father being a construct. A thought struck me. But that means... I sat up straighter as pieces started falling into place. The celestial sovereign who had created this world. The disappearance that seemed to mark the beginning of its decline. This strange energy that was almost but not quite proper chi. Azure, I said slowly. What if this isn't just any world? What if it's someone's inner world? The evidence would support that theory, Azure agreed. The Genesis seed's fruit sending us to inner worlds would explain much of what we've observed. The degradation of energy quality, the slow decay of the environment. Because the cultivator who created it is dead, I continued. Their inner world is slowly collapsing without their power to sustain it. The fruit we ate was already starting to rot. That must have been a sign of the world's condition. That raises another question. I beat him to it. Where's the inner world spirit? Every inner world has one, it's a fundamental part of their structure. So, where's this world's Azure? I felt Azure about to respond, but before he could, another voice spoke up in my mind, younger, uncertain, but definitely distinct from both Azure and my own thoughts. Hello? Can you hear me? Well, it looked like young Master Han had recovered enough for a proper conversation. This should be interesting. Chapter 142. Who? What are you? Having another consciousness wake up in your head is an interesting experience. Not quite like having a conversation with Azure, who exists as a distinct presence in my inner world, or like communicating with YGGY, whose thoughts come across more as impressions and emotions than actual words. No, this was more like, well, imagine if your reflection suddenly started talking back to you. Hello? I know you can hear me. Who? What are you? The young master's mental voice was hesitant, almost timid, quite different from the fierce determination I'd sensed when he was fighting for his life. Then again, I supposed having your body hijacked by a mysterious entity might make anyone a bit cautious. I considered my response carefully, first impressions mattered, and whilst they say honesty was the best policy, that didn't apply in a cultivation world. I'm the reason you're not currently bleeding out in an alley. I directed my thoughts toward him. My name is Lingzhua. The name translated to wandering spirit. It gave him something to call me without revealing anything about my true identity. If this really was someone's inner world, I didn't want to leave any traces that might lead back to who I really was. You never know when that kind of information might come back to haunt you. So, Lingzhua, he started, and I could feel him testing the name, trying to get a read on me.
I'm Han Reni, I thought.
I thought you were a messenger of the celestial sovereign. Or maybe a demon. Another pause. I'm still not entirely sure you're not. Couldn't help but chuckle at that. If it helps, I'm definitely not a demon. Then you're a dead Rochin, aren't you? Renee's mental voice held a mix of awe and apprehension. One of the ancient cultivators from before the decline? That would explain your strange techniques. Well, that was an interesting assumption. Not entirely wrong if you squinted at it sideways. I was technically dead, just not in the way he was thinking. What makes you say that? The way you fought those mercenaries, he replied. I was aware, sort of, like watching through a fog. You used techniques I've never seen before. And that healing ability. No one's been able to do anything like that since. He trailed off. Since the celestial sovereign disappeared? Yes. The word carried centuries of cultural weight. The stories say that he could mend wounds, cure diseases, even regrow lost limbs. But now, without him, he would have shaken his head if he had control of it. We're lucky if our rookie can speed up natural healing a little. I filed that information away for later. Every bit of context helped build a clearer picture of this dying world. Tell me about the celestial sovereign, I suggested. The stories about him must be fascinating. But instead of answering, I felt him try to move, to take control of his body. The attempt was clumsy but determined, like someone trying to open a door with a key that no longer fits the lock. After a moment, he gave up. I can't. His voice was strained. This is my body. Why can't I? Because right now, I'm the one keeping it alive, I explained gently. My energy is what sealed those wounds and kept you from bleeding out. If I withdrew completely, well, while it wasn't totally true that my presence continued to keep him alive, it was better than him trying to regain control. My answer made him go quiet for a while. I could feel him thinking, weighing options and possibilities. If you wanted to harm me, he said finally, you could have just let me die, or taken over my body completely without. He paused, searching for the right words. Without leaving me aware like this. Exactly. I nodded, though the gesture was more mental than physical. We made a deal, remember? Right before you passed out, you agreed to accept my help. I intend to honor that agreement. The deal? He seemed to be trying to remember. You said something about power and revenge? And helping your family, I added. But why? I'm sure if he had eyes, they would be narrowed right now. What do you get out of this? It was a fair question. I considered my answer carefully while absently checking the area around us through my connection to the local plants. We were still alone in the overgrown garden, though I could sense people moving along the streets beyond. The first reason, which I kept to myself, was simple practicality. His body had accepted my soul when I needed a vessel, and I owed him for that. The second reason was equally practical but more forward-looking. Even a dying world with weaker energy still had opportunities if you knew where to look. I just needed to find them. Before we get into that, I said, want to tell me exactly what kind of mess we're in? Those weren't ordinary mercenaries trying to kill you. A subtle shift, turning his question back on him while also gathering necessary information. I felt him weighing his options, probably trying to decide how much to trust me. Finally, necessity won out over caution. Those mercenaries, they worked for Elder Zhou Shentong of the Three-Leaf Clover sect, he explained. He's been pressuring my family. Tell me everything, I encouraged. The more I know, the better I can help. And so he did. The narrative has been illicitly obtained. Should you discover it on Amazon, report the violation. The story came out in pieces, each revelation painting a clearer picture of a family's slow decline and a predator's patient stalking. The Han family had once been prominent merchants, dealing in silk and jade, with trade routes stretching across the realm. But over the generations, as the world's rookie continued to thin, maintaining those trade routes became more difficult. Fewer cultivators meant fewer guards capable of protecting caravans from bandits and wild beasts. The cost of hiring what qualified protectors remained kept rising. Father says that in our grandfather's time, you could find Tier 2 Rochin working as common caravan guards, Han Rennie explained. Now, we're lucky if we can find someone who's reached late Tier 1, and they charge 10 times what a Tier 2 would have back then. And this is all because of the lack of rookie available. Yes, breaking through to Tier 2 used to be something any dedicated person could achieve by their 20th year. Now, he mentally gestured to himself. Father spent almost everything we had just to get me the resources I needed for my breakthrough to Tier 1. And I'm considered talented. And this Elder Zhou? Where does he fit into all this? The surge of hatred I felt from Han Rennie at the mention of that name was impressive. He's been systematically taking over smaller merchant families for years. Those who cooperate get to keep some position in his organization. Those who resist, he trailed off, have unfortunate accidents, I guessed, or suddenly find themselves unable to hire guards for their caravans, or discover that no one will buy their goods, or have their warehouses mysteriously burned down. The bitterness in his mental voice was palpable. He's not subtle about it, but he's powerful enough that he doesn't need to be. His sect controls most of the trade routes now. There's something else you should know, Han Rennie added hesitantly, about Zhou's interest in my family. It's not just about business. He wants my sister, to add her to his collection of wives. Qingyi is barely 18, and that old bastard, the things they say about how he treats his other wives. I caught fragments of rumors through our connection, stories of broken women kept locked away in Zhou's private quarters, of servants who disappeared after witnessing too much. Nothing concrete enough to prove, but more than enough to justify Han Rennie's protective fury. It wouldn't surprise me if Zhou was this world's equivalent of a demonic cultivator. And now your father's been summoned to meet with him, I mused, putting the pieces together. Those mercenaries were supposed to deliver your corpse as a message, showing him exactly what refusing Zhou's generous offer would mean for his family. Yes, the word was heavy with dread. Father went to meet with him this morning. I tried to go instead, but he ordered you to stay and protect your sister. I nodded. A good father trying to shield his children even when it means facing the tiger alone. How long ago did he leave? Just before dawn, Han Rennie replied, worry seeping through our connection. The meeting was supposed to be at Zhou's private residence. I did some quick calculations. Dawn had been about 2 hours ago, and my encounter with the mercenaries had happened shortly after. Those men were sent to kill you while your father was meeting with Zhou, I noted. That suggests they weren't expecting the meeting to go well. Or they were just making sure father would be properly motivated to accept whatever terms Zhou offered. Han Rennie suggested darkly. Nothing encourages cooperation like knowing your son's life is in immediate danger. Except now those mercenaries are dead, and no one's delivered your corpse as planned. I couldn't help but smile slightly. I imagine that's going to complicate their negotiations somewhat. The young master's consciousness stirred with renewed hope. Then we still have time? We could save him. Possibly. I started sorting through various scenarios in my mind. But first, I need to understand what we're up against. Tell me about Zhou. What tier is he? Mid-tier 2. One of the strongest in the city, though that doesn't mean much these days. What about his residence? I asked. Security measures? Layout? Anything unusual we should know about? It's in the eastern part of the city. 3 main buildings surrounded by gardens, all protected by formation arrays. Han Rennie's voice took on a frustrated tone. I tried to get more detailed information a few days ago, but their security was too tight. The best I managed was bribing a servant for a rough description of the main hall's layout. That's actually quite impressive, I assured him. Most people wouldn't have managed even that much. Now, about these formation arrays, what exactly do they do? They're standard protection formations, he replied. Alert the guards if anyone unauthorized tries to enter. Strengthen the buildings against damage, that sort of thing. And they're powered by Rookie, correct? Of course. What else would they use? I filed that confirmation away for later consideration. If the formations here were a derivative of the cultivation world, then with my level 2 formation skills, I might not be as disadvantaged as it appeared. Guards? I asked. Usually around a half a dozen tier 1 Rochin. Now, tell me what you know of the techniques he uses. His main technique is called the Verdant Binding Art, Han Reni explained. He can control multiple vines simultaneously, using them to restrict and crush his opponents. They say he once squeezed a rival sect elder to death in front of his own disciples, just to make a point about respecting territorial boundaries. I thought about YGGY and my own skills and had to suppress a smile. A fellow wood cultivator. Sounds like an interesting matchup. Master, Azure interjected. A mid-tier 2 cultivator in this world would likely be equivalent to the 8th stage of chi condensation in terms of raw power. Are you certain about confronting him? I noted that Han Reni showed no reaction to Azure's voice. It seemed he couldn't hear my inner world spirit's commentary. That was convenient. If this were Azure Peak Sect, I thought back to Azure. I wouldn't be confident against someone 2 substages above me. But here, I considered what we'd seen of this world. Even if his raw power is equivalent to stage 8, his actual combat capability is probably closer to stage 7. Plus, with the primordial wood arts, I have a natural advantage against other wood cultivators. Still, Azure cautioned, we should not underestimate him, especially since we're still adapting to this body's energy system. He had a point. I'd managed to defeat those Tier 1 assassins, but that had been more due to surprise and YGGY's intervention than any real mastery over this vessel's capabilities. Going up against a Tier 2 cultivator would require perfect control over both my techniques and this body's rookie. What's the plan? Han Reni's voice broke through my internal dialogue. How are we going to save my father? After rescuing his father, he would be more open to answering questions I had regarding this new world. First, I replied, I need to recover my power before we can make any moves against Joe. We need to go now. I could feel his anxiety spike as his consciousness brushed against mine. As we are now, rushing in would be walking to certain death, I explained patiently. Tell me, are you sure Joe would actually kill your father? From what little I know of him, he seems too calculating for such a crude move. There was a moment of silence as Han Reni processed this. You might have a point. Joe is power-hungry, but he's not stupid. Blatantly killing father would create attention and scrutiny that he doesn't need right now. His whole method is to appear legitimate while slowly strangling us. Exactly, which means we have time to do this right. I could feel his grudging acceptance of the logic. So, is there somewhere safe I can recover my full strength? I asked. Somewhere Joe's people won't think to look? There's an old storage facility in the industrial district. It used to belong to my family before. It's officially abandoned now, but I know a way in. The foundations are still solid, and there's enough residual rookie in the walls to mask our presence. Perfect. I stood, brushing dirt from our robes. Show me the way. Chapter 143, Returning to My Peak. The abandoned storage facility turned out to be exactly what we needed, a 3-story building of weathered stone and rusted metal, tucked away in what must have once been a thriving industrial district. Now it stood like a forgotten sentinel among its equally neglected neighbors, windows dark and loading docks empty. Perfect for someone looking to avoid unwanted attention. The foundations reinforced with jade-infused stone, Han Reni explained as we made our way through a cleverly concealed side entrance. Father says it was standard practice back when the Han family first built these warehouses. The jade helps maintain a stable rookie field, which, he trailed off as I nodded in understanding, which makes it harder for others to detect any cultivation activities inside. I finished. Smart. Your ancestors knew what they were doing. The interior was surprisingly well preserved, all things considered. Dust covered everything, yes, and there were signs of water damage in some corners, but the basic structure remained solid. More importantly, I could feel the faint hum of residual energy in the walls, not much by my standards, but probably impressive for this chi-starved world. We settled in what had probably been some kind of office space on the 2nd floor. The room was windowless but dry, with enough space for what I had planned. Most importantly, the jade in the walls was strongest here, creating a natural barrier against any spiritual sensing from outside. So, Han Reni's voice echoed in our shared consciousness as I began unpacking the formation equipment we'd acquired on our way here. Are you going to tell me why we needed these? Are you some kind of formation master? I had to smile at that. If he only knew about the 9 levels of formation mastery and where I actually stood on that scale. I wouldn't say I'm a master, I replied, but I'm not too bad. The detour to get the equipment had been necessary. Without my usual tools, I'd have to make do with what was available in this world. The differences were interesting, to say the least. The scribing brush was cruder than what I was used to, its chi flow adjustment mechanism more mechanical than spiritual. The measurement calipers looked similar but lacked the fine-tuning capabilities I was accustomed to. At least they had the usual copper and jade array anchors. It's like trying to perform surgery with stone tools, I muttered, examining one of the copper anchors. What was that? Han Rini asked. Nothing important. I laid out the tools in their proper positions. Just talking to myself. What formation are you making? I smiled, though he couldn't see it. You'll see. You believe this will work? I directed the thought to Azure, keeping it separate from my connection with Han Rini. The principles should remain valid, Azure replied. While the local energy is different, the basic laws governing formation arrays appear to be consistent, though we may need to make some adjustments for the reduced power density. I nodded and got to work. The Chi Gathering Circle was one of the first formations I'd learned, and while I was only a level 2 formation practitioner, I felt confident I could make the necessary modifications to both upgrade it and adapt it for this world's energy. The basic pattern came easily, nested circles with inward spiraling lines, each stroke precise despite the unfamiliar tools. But where a normal Chi gathering circle would have simple containment barriers, I added resonance chambers at key points. The spacing between spiral arms needed to be wider to account for the thinner energy, and I included additional stabilization arrays to prevent collapse. The energy density here is approximately 1/10 of what we're used to, Azure noted as I worked. Perhaps we should add a compression matrix to the outer ring? Good idea, I thought back. And maybe link it to those resonance chambers we added? Create a feedback loop to amplify the gathering effect. Agreed, though be careful with the power ratios. Too much amplification could destabilize the entire array. From Han Rini's perspective, I probably looked like I was in some kind of trance, my hands moving with practiced precision as I laid down line after line. He remained quiet, which I appreciated. Nothing worse than being interrupted in the middle of delicate formation work. The final touch was a set of emergency release valves. If the array gathered more energy than it could safely handle, better to have it disperse harmlessly than explode. When I finished, the formation covered most of the floor in an intricate pattern of copper-infused ink. It wasn't my best work. The lines weren't as smooth as I'd like, and some of the angles were slightly off due to the crude tools, but it would serve its purpose. This content has been misappropriated from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. All right, I said, straightening up. Let's see if this works. I channeled a small amount of energy into the array's activation point. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the lines began to glow with a soft blue light. The light flickered dangerously, and I felt Han Rini's consciousness tense in anticipation of failure. But then the resonance chambers kicked in, creating the feedback loop exactly as planned. The flickering stabilized, and suddenly the air in the room felt heavier, denser with spiritual energy. This is incredible. Han Rini's voice was filled with awe. I can feel so much rookie gathering. If I had access to something like this when I was breaking through to Tier 1, I smiled at his reaction. I didn't blame him. This was probably more concentrated spiritual energy than he'd ever experienced in his life. Even with the world's natural energy being so thin, the formation's amplification and compression effects were working better than I'd hoped. My status information updated automatically. Soul Essence, 500/1250. Spiritual Essence, 750/1100. Recovering. Physical Essence, 350/1150. Perfect. At this rate, my spiritual essence would be fully restored within the hour. By then, I should be done with my preparation. What's next? Azure asked, though I suspected he already knew the answer. Something that will probably terrify our new friend. I replied with a mental grin. I selected one of the sturdier branches from the materials we'd gathered, using a small application of qi to strip away the bark and polish it to a smooth finish. Then, with careful precision, I began sharpening one end into a makeshift scribing tool. What are you doing? Han Rini asked as I began inscribing the first rune onto our body. Adding some necessary upgrades, I replied calmly, focusing on getting the strokes of the blink step rune perfect on our left leg. The branch wasn't ideal for such delicate work, but I had enough practice by now that whilst I might not be as proficient as Elder Malric, I was confident in completing each rune in under 3 minutes. Those markings. Han Rini's voice held a note of growing horror. Those are demonic cultivation marks. I had expected that reaction. In most cultivation worlds, anything involving blood or body modification tended to get labeled as demonic pretty quickly. They're not demonic, I assured him as I moved on to inscribing the Vine Whip rune on the back of our right hand. Just unconventional. But I've heard stories about demonic Rochin, he protested. They carve symbols into their flesh to gain unnatural powers, corrupting their bodies and souls until they become monsters. I had to pause at that. Tell me more about these demonic Rochin. The story that came pouring out was grimly familiar cultivators who sought power through forbidden means, sacrificing others to fuel their advancement. Their bodies twisted by dark energies until they barely resembled humans anymore. Pretty standard stuff for any cultivation world. Really? And they all have marks like these? I asked, genuinely curious as I began inscribing the Titan's crest on my left hand. Well,
No, Han Rini admitted.
their marks are usually more elaborate, with lots of curves and spikes, and they glow with an evil red light. I had to suppress a chuckle at that last part, especially since I was about to activate the runes with red sun energy. That was going to be fun to explain. I promise you, I said as I finished inscribing the explosive seed rune on our index fingertip. I'm not a demonic cultivator. These marks are more like helpful reminders, training aids, if you want to think of it that way. Training aids don't usually require carving into your flesh, he pointed out. True, I conceded. But desperate times call for desperate measures, and we're about to go up against a Tier 2 Rochin. We need every advantage we can get. He fell silent at that, though I could still feel his unease. It didn't help when after inscribing the Woodweave seal onto my chest, I began channeling red sun energy into the runes, making them glow with exactly the kind of evil red light he just mentioned. Master. Azure spoke up as I finished activating the runes. What's next? Something I'd hoped to never experience again. I frowned. Time for another round of tri-essence harmony. Converting soul essence to physical essence wasn't any more pleasant the second time around. The pain was still intense enough to make me wonder if I was actually dying, but at least I knew what to expect now. Small comfort when every bone in your body is being remade from the inside out. Han Rini's reaction to watching his body literally break and rebuild itself was entertaining in a dark sort of way. His consciousness recoiled in horror as muscles tore and reformed, bones cracked and strengthened, and skin became denser and more resilient. What are you doing to my body? His mental voice was somewhere between terror and fascination. Improving it, I managed to reply through gritted teeth as another wave of transformation racked our shared form. Trust me, you'll thank me later. The process seemed to take forever, though Azure assured me it was only about 15 minutes. When it was finally over, I lay panting on the floor, our new body gleaming with sweat in the formation's blue light. Status update. Soul Essence. 150/1250. Critically low. Spiritual Essence. 1100/1100. Fully recovered. Physical Essence. 1150/1150. Fully recovered. Take a look, I suggested to Han Rini once I'd caught my breath. I stood and moved to examine our reflection in a dusty window. The changes were dramatic. Where before we'd had the build of a lean athlete, now we looked like we'd spent years training as a warrior. This is impossible, Han Rini whispered. My body? How? I promised you power, I reminded him, testing our enhanced strength with a few basic movements. And it's power you'll get, though I recommend some serious training once you have control back. All this potential won't mean much without the skill to use it properly. It's time then? He asked, and I could feel his thoughts turning to his father. Can we save him now? I nodded, already planning our approach. With fully restored spiritual essence, enhanced physical capabilities, and my full array of techniques available thanks to the new runes, we stood a much better chance against Zhou. Yes, I said, gathering our equipment. It's time to show Elder Zhou why he should have left your family alone. But Han Ren's voice held a mix of hope and concern. He's still a Tier 2 Rochin, even with all these improvements. Don't worry, I assured him, choosing not to mention just how dangerous this was actually going to be. I have a plan. Several plans, actually. And if those don't work, I grinned, letting a little red sun energy flare in our eyes. Well, that's what Plan Z is for. I took one last look at the Qi gathering circle, its blue light fading away. Ready? I asked both Azure and Han Ren. Always, Master. As I'll ever be. Then let's go crash a meeting. Chapter 144. The hunt begins. The first thing that struck me about Zhou Shintong's private courtyard was how normal it looked. I'd expected something more grandiose from a man who supposedly controlled most of the trade routes in the region. Maybe some imposing statues of fierce beasts, or at least a few decorative fountains. Instead, what I found was a modestly sized compound surrounded by plain stone walls, with traditional curved roof tiles and simple wooden gates. The only hint of ostentation was in the details. The walls were made from expensive quarried stone rather than cheaper pressed earth, and those simple-looking roof tiles had subtle patterns that spoke of master craftsmanship. It was the kind of quiet wealth that didn't need to announce itself, which somehow made it more irritating. The walls are higher than they look, Han Ren observed. At least 20 feet with formation-reinforced stone. The gates are ironwood, probably imported from the southern forests. I nodded, keeping to the shadows of a nearby building as I studied the compound's defenses. Expensive tastes for someone in a dying world. Those formation arrays must cost a fortune to maintain. They do, Han Ren confirmed. Most families can barely afford basic protective formations these days. Zhou Shintong has at least 3 layers of them around his entire compound. He wasn't exaggerating. Even from here, I could see the telltale shimmer of multiple formation arrays layered over the walls. The patterns were interesting, similar to what I was familiar with, but with notable differences. Azure, I thought, keeping this conversation separate from Han Ren. What do you make of these formations? The basic principles are clearly derived from standard protective arrays, but they've been modified to work with the local rookie. See how the energy flows are wider, less concentrated. I did see it. Where a normal formation would have tight, efficient channels for chi flow, these had broader, rougher pathways. Like comparing a precision-engineered canal to a natural river, both moved water. But one was significantly less refined than the other. It's not just the energy channels, I noted, focusing on a particularly complex section. The actual formation patterns are simplified too. Look at that ward array. In our world, it would have at least 12 interconnected matrices. This one barely has 4. Presumably adapted to function with the limited rookie available, Azure suggested. Though that simplification comes with its own weaknesses. He trailed off as we noticed movement along the walls. The guards were making their rounds, 6 Rochin patrolling in a standard overlapping pattern. Through Hawk's Eye, I could read their energy signatures clearly: 3 at mid-tier 1, roughly equivalent to 5th stage Qi condensation, and 3 at late tier 1, comparable to 6th stage. Most are former sect disciples who couldn't advance further due to the declining rookie levels. They're bitter about it, which makes them especially dangerous, Han Ren warned. I could understand that. Nothing more dangerous than someone who feels the world has cheated them of their destiny. Still, their bitterness had led them to serve a man like Zhou Shintong, so my sympathy had limits. Their patrol pattern is sloppy, I observed, watching as one guard consistently arrived at his checkpoint 3 seconds later than he should. They're relying too heavily on the formations to detect intruders. Can you blame them? Han Ren's voice held a note of bitterness. No one's seriously challenged Zhou Shintong's power in years. They've gotten complacent. I smiled. Well then, let's wake them up. But first, I turned my attention back to those formations. Time for a little sabotage. Moving closer to the wall, I studied the formation arrays more carefully. The outer layer was a standard alert ward, designed to notify the compound's defenders of any unauthorized entry. The second was more interesting, a reinforcement array that strengthened the physical structure of the walls and gates. The innermost layer appeared to be some kind of energy-dampening field, probably meant to weaken any hostile techniques used against the compound. Love this novel? Read it on Royal Road to ensure the author gets credit. Clever, I murmured. The dampening field would make it harder for someone to just blast their way in. In a time where high-level Rookins were rare, that's probably enough to deter most attackers. But not us, Han Ren asked hopefully. Not us, I confirmed, because whoever designed these formations made a classic mistake. They assumed quantity could make up for quality. It was a common error in formation design. People thought that layering multiple simple formations would provide better protection than a single complex one. Sometimes they were right. If you just wanted basic security, multiple redundant layers could work fine. But when those layers all shared the same fundamental weaknesses, the energy distribution nodes, Azure pointed out, highlighting what I'd already noticed. They're using the same type of connector in all 3 layers. I nodded. Those connectors are the points where formation energy flowed from one section to another were crucial to any array stability. In our world, a formation master would use different types of connectors for each layer, ensuring that even if an attacker compromised one, the others would remain secure. But here, they'd used the same basic design across all 3 layers. Probably because they didn't have access to more advanced formation knowledge, or maybe because the local rookie couldn't support more complex patterns. Either way, it meant I only needed to find one weak point to disable the entire system. Watch and learn, I told Han Ren as I pulled out the formation testing stone we'd acquired earlier. This is going to be fun. The stone was a simple tool meant for novice formation practitioners to check their work. It could inject a small amount of energy into a formation array and monitor the response. Not very useful for serious formation work, but perfect for what I had in mind. I placed the stone against the wall at a point where 2 energy channels intersected. With careful precision, I began feeding it chi, not the local rookie. The stone's surface flickered with confused patterns as it tried to process the foreign energy. Careful, Azure warned. Too much variance in the energy signature could trigger the alert system. He was right. I needed to match the local energy's frequency while maintaining enough of my spiritual essence's properties to interfere with the formation's flow. It was like trying to play a song in the wrong key while still keeping the melody recognizable. After a few attempts, I found the right balance. The testing stone's light stabilized into a steady pulse that matched the formation's natural rhythm. Now came the tricky part. I twisted the spiritual essence's frequency slightly, creating a subtle discord in the formation's energy pattern. The effect was like dropping a slightly off-key note into an otherwise perfect chord, not enough to break the music entirely, but sufficient to make everything just a little bit wrong. The formation's light flickered almost imperceptibly as the disruption spread through the connectors. To anyone watching the arrays directly, it would look like nothing more than a minor power fluctuation, the kind of thing that probably happened all the time in this energy-starved world. But I could feel the change through the testing stone. The formations were still active, still drawing power and maintaining their basic patterns. They just weren't quite connected properly anymore. Did it work? Han Ren asked anxiously. I smiled and stepped through the supposedly impenetrable barrier. The formation's light didn't even flicker. Like walking through an open door. How? The formations are still running, I explained as I pressed myself against the inner wall, avoiding the patrol's line of sight. They're just not actually protecting anything anymore. Think of it like a chain where one link isn't quite closed. It looks fine until you put pressure on it. And the guards won't notice? Not unless they specifically check the formation's integrity, I assured him. Which, judging by their patrol pattern, isn't something they do very often. Speaking of the guards, I activated Hawk's Eye again, enhancing my perception to track their movements. The 6 Rochin were maintaining their original patrol pattern, still blissfully unaware that their primary defense was now about as useful as a paper umbrella in a rainstorm. Time for some pruning, I muttered, earning a groan from Azure at the plant-based pun. Let's start with the weak ones first. The closest guard was one of the mid-tier 1 Rochin, about 50 feet away and walking a route that would take him behind a storage building. Perfect. I waited until he disappeared from his colleague's view, then activated Shroud and Blink Step. The world blurred as I covered the distance in an instant, appearing directly behind him. Before he could react, YGGY materialized and wrapped around his throat. The guard tried to struggle, but it was futile, not even a second, and he went limp. I carefully lowered the body behind a decorative boulder, using a touch of power to encourage some nearby plants to better conceal it. 1 down, 5 to go. The second guard proved more challenging. Another mid-tier 1, but this one had better spatial awareness. As I moved to ambush her, she suddenly stopped, head tilting as if sensing something amiss. I froze. A single wrong move. The guard slowly turned, her hand dropping to her weapon. I could see her eyes scanning the area, professional paranoia warring with the embarrassment of possibly jumping at shadows. That's when I encouraged a nearby flower to shed a petal, the small sound drawing her attention for just a fraction of a second. It was enough. Blink Step put me directly behind her, and this time I used Leaf Storm instead of YGGY. A dozen razor-sharp leaves materialized silently. The guard had just enough time to widen her eyes before the leaves found their marks. 2 down. I thought as I hid her body among the roses she'd been distracted by. 4 to go. It was the next guard that almost ruined everything. Chapter 145, The Master Duelist. This guard was one of the late-tier ones, his rookie control sharp enough that he sensed something wrong the moment I appeared behind him. He managed to start turning, his sword already leaving its sheath. I Blink-stepped away just as his blade whispered through the space where my neck had been. Another Blink Step put me behind him, but he was already moving, his experience showing in how he maintained his guard even while spinning to face me. In true, he began to shout, but YGY shot from my sleeve like an arrow, wrapping around his face and muffling his cry. I Blink-stepped in close, risking a counterattack. My left hand caught his sword arm while my right struck his throat. His body's natural reflex was to gasp for air, exactly what I was waiting for. In that split second, YGGY uncovered the lower portion of his face, allowing his mouth to open, which was exactly when I activated the explosive seed rune. The tiny seed construct shot between his parted lips and went straight down his throat. The guard's eyes widened as he realized what was happening, but YGGY once again covered his mouth, preventing him from spitting it out. Not a moment later, the seed reached his stomach and detonated. The explosion was completely contained within his body, nothing more than a slight tremor visible from the outside. One moment he was struggling, the next he went limp in YGGY's coils. That, Han Rene's voice was shaken, was close. Too close, I agreed. We need to be more careful. These late tier 1 Rochin have better combat instincts than I expected. They're Zhou Shintong's personal guards, he reminded me. They might not have access to high-level techniques, but they're still experienced fighters. He had a point. I'd been treating them like typical guards, the kind you could usually take down with basic techniques. But these men were survivors in a world where reaching even tier 1 was becoming increasingly difficult. They'd probably earned their positions through combat experience rather than just cultivation level. 3 left, I murmured, activating Hawk's Eye again to track the remaining guards. 2 mid-tier 1 near the main gate, and 1 late tier 1 patrolling the inner courtyard. The ones at the gate work as a pair, Han Rene supplied. They never patrol separately. That could be either a problem or an opportunity depending on how I handled it. 2 opponents meant more chances for something to go wrong, but it also meant they'd be focused on working together rather than watching their surroundings. I made my way along the wall, staying in the shadows as I approached their position. The two guards were standing at their post, engaged in what looked like a casual conversation. Through Hawk's eye, I could read their relaxed postures and unfocused gazes. They weren't expecting any trouble. Time to disappoint them. I readied Leaf Storm, preparing to launch a widespread attack that would hit both guards simultaneously. But before I could act, one of them stretched and started walking toward my position. "Going to check the west section," he called to his partner. "Back in a minute." Well, sometimes the universe just hands you a gift. I waited until he was well away from his colleague, then used Blink Step to appear behind the remaining guard. His body barely had time to tense up before Leaf Storm's razor-sharp projectiles sliced through his throat. I caught him and quickly concealed the corpse behind some nearby crates, then waited for his partner to return. The second guard reappeared right on schedule, looking relaxed and completely unaware that he was walking into an ambush. One quick Blink Step and a precisely aimed Leaf Storm later, and he joined his colleague in the shadows. Now there was only one guard left. Moving carefully through the compound's gardens, I made my way toward the inner courtyard. The layout here was more elaborate than the outer sections, carefully maintained flower beds and ornamental trees that probably consumed more resources than most families had to spare. "Showing off his wealth even in his gardening choices," Han Reni commented bitterly. "Those white jade flowers? They require special soil imported from the northern mountains. And those ever-blooming plum trees need constant rookie infusion just to stay alive in this climate." I had to admit, the plants were impressive given the world's declining energy. Through my connection to plant life, I could feel how they struggled to survive, each one maintaining a delicate balance between growth and conservation. It was like watching someone try to run a mansion on a candle's worth of power. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation. The last guard was proving to be the most challenging to approach. He maintained a precise patrol route through the garden, his movements showing the kind of spatial awareness that comes from years of combat experience. More importantly, he kept his rookie sense active constantly, creating a bubble of awareness that would detect any significant energy signatures. "He's good," I admitted, watching from behind a decorative rock formation. "No blind spots in his patrol, maintains consistent awareness, doesn't establish any predictable patterns. This one actually knows what he's doing." "He should," Han Reni replied. "That's Zhang Ruiyang, Zhou Shintong's personal combat instructor. Father says he was famous as a duelist before he was recruited. That explained a lot. Unlike the other guards who were probably hired muscle, this one was a genuine expert who'd simply been limited by the world's declining energy. In terms of pure skill, he might actually be more dangerous than Zhou Shintong himself. Any chance we could just go around him?"
Han Reni suggested hopefully.
I shook my head. "His patrol route covers all approaches to the main building. We'd never get past him without being detected." I paused, considering our options. "We need a distraction." That's when I noticed something interesting about those expensive imported plants. The white jade flowers Han Reni had mentioned. They were technically in the same family as certain hallucinogenic species I'd read about. I wondered, Azure, I thought, keeping this particular conversation private. What are the chances these flowers retained some of their more interesting properties even in this world? "Based on our observations of other transplanted species," he replied, "approximately 72%, though their effects would likely be weakened due to the reduced energy density." "Would it be better to use the red sun energy?" I asked Azure. "It's shown the ability to cause mutations." "This is what I'd recommend, Master. It'd likely be more effective, but I don't think it'll be enough to cripple or kill a Tier 1 Rochin. I would rather not face a duelist head-on. Even a slight advantage would have to be good enough when coupled with a sneak attack." I reached out with my wood element affinity, connecting to the nearest cluster of white jade flowers. They responded sluggishly at first, but as I fed them a tiny amount of red sun energy, their natural processes mutated. Within moments, they began releasing a fine pollen into the air, invisible to normal sight, but I could track it through my connection to the plants. The evening breeze carried it directly into Zhang Ruiyang's patrol route. The effect wasn't immediate. For the first few minutes, I worried it hadn't worked at all. Then I noticed subtle changes in his movements, slightly slower reactions, minor hesitations at turning points, the occasional shake of his head as if trying to clear it. Now, I whispered mainly to myself, while the pollen's affecting his concentration. I activated Blink Step, appearing directly behind him. In the same motion, I triggered Leaf Storm, sending a wave of razor-sharp leaves toward his exposed back. It should have been a perfect ambush. Should have been. Instead, Zhang Ruiyang moved with a speed that shouldn't have been possible given his affected state. His sword left its sheath in a horizontal arc that would have bisected me if I hadn't immediately thrown myself backward. The leaves of my attack scattered against his blade like confetti, deflected by a precise rookie enhancement that spoke of decades of practice. Master. Azure's voice held a note of concern. His movements suggest. He was faking, I finished, already Blink stepping away from his follow-up strike. He detected the pollen and played along, waiting for us to make our move. Impressive setup with the flowers, Zhang Ruiyang murmured, pointing his sword, which now flames dancing along it at me. But I've spent decades training to resist such tricks. Did you really think garden variety toxins would work on me? A fire user, I muttered. Because of course he is. The one element that's particularly good at burning through plant techniques. Worried? Zhang Ruiyang asked, his sword tracing a burning arc through the air. You should be. Fire beats wood, young Master Han. Always has, always will. Chapter 146. Fire versus wood. I'd always thought the saying fire beats wood was a bit too simplistic. After all, nature is full of plants that thrive after forest fires, seeds that only germinate in ash, trees whose bark evolved specifically to withstand flames. The relationship between wood and fire is complex, nuanced. But as I watched Zhang Ruiyang's burning sword cleave through another cluster of my razor leaves like they were made of paper, I had to admit in a straight-up fight, fire definitely had some advantages. Your technique is impressive, he commented, his blade leaving trails of orange light as he settled into a ready stance. But fire will always consume wood. That's the natural order. I could feel Han Rennie's anxiety spiking in the back of my mind. He's right. Fire rookie users have always been especially effective against wood tech. Natural order? I interrupted both of them, carefully gauging the distance between us. Nature's a lot more complicated than that. Besides, I allowed myself a small smile. Who said anything about playing fair? Zhang Ruiyang's eyes narrowed slightly at that, but his stance remained perfect, the mark of a true professional. You know, he said, I've trained most of the guards in this compound, taught them everything they know about proper rookie control and combat techniques. His eyes hardened, which means I know exactly how difficult it would have been to eliminate them so quickly. You're no ordinary Tier 1 Rochin. You're right, I agreed, matching his casual tone while using my connection to the surrounding plants to get a better feel for the battlefield. The garden offered plenty of cover, but most of it was decorative, expensive imported plants that had never been meant for combat. I'm definitely not ordinary, but then again, I gestured to his burning sword. Neither are you. He acknowledged that with a slight nod. In my younger days, they called me the Crimson Duelist. Back when there was still enough rookie in the world for proper dueling circuits. A touch of bitterness crept into his voice. Now I teach spoiled merchants' sons how to not stab themselves with their own swords. Quite a career change, I commented, noting how the heat from his blade was affecting the nearby plants. The temperature increase wasn't uniform. He was somehow focusing the heat into specific patterns. Interesting. Why work for someone like Zhou Shintong? Because he pays well and I don't ask stupid questions. Zhang Ruiyang's sword traced a casual arc through the air, leaving a faint trail of flames. Like how a young master from a merchant family can manipulate plants quite so directly. Ah, So he had noticed something off about my abilities. I supposed it was inevitable. Someone with his experience would recognize that my techniques didn't quite match the local style. Time to change the subject. And I don't recall the three-leaf clover sect being known for fire techniques, I countered. Yet here we are. He actually smiled at that. Not everything is as it appears, young Master Han. Sometimes the best way to survive in a dying world is to adapt, to become something new. There was wisdom there, though probably not in the way he meant it. I filed away his words for later consideration. Right now, I needed to focus on the fight that was clearly about to begin. Azure, I thought, keeping my focus on Zhang Ruiyang. What do you think of him? His rookie control is exceptional, my inner world spirit replied. Despite the world's limitations, he's learned to maximize every bit of energy he has. Be careful, Master. We can't afford to waste power in this fight. He was right. I needed to conserve energy for the eventual confrontation with Zhou Shintong, which meant this fight needed to end quickly. As for whether I would be able to accomplish that, I wasn't certain. The garden around us had gone eerily quiet. The plants themselves were holding their breath as we stood opposite each other. Neither of us moved. Two predators, each waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Unauthorized use of content. If you find this story on Amazon, report the violation. A single leaf detached from a nearby tree, floating lazily between us. The moment it touched the ground, everything exploded into motion. One moment he was standing there, the next his burning blade was screaming toward my throat. The speed was impressive. If I hadn't already been ready to dodge, that first strike would have ended things right there. I stepped backward, putting some distance between us, but Zhang Ruiyang had already anticipated that. His free hand made a sharp gesture and the air around me erupted into flames. The Aegis Mark's barrier flared as it absorbed most of the heat, but I could still feel the intensity of the attack. This wasn't just regular fire. There was something almost predatory about how it moved, seeking out any gaps in my defense. Interesting barrier technique, Zhang Ruiyang noted, already flowing into his next attack. But how long can it last against sustained fire? He had a point. The Aegis Mark was designed for short, intense bursts of combat, not prolonged exposure to elemental attacks. I needed to change the pace of this fight. I triggered Leaf Storm, sending a wave of razor-sharp leaves toward him from multiple angles. As expected, he countered with a spinning slash that surrounded him in a sphere of flames, incinerating my attack before it could reach him. But that had just been a distraction. While he was focused on the leaves, I'd used Blink Step to appear directly above him, Vine Whip already activated. Multiple vines shot from my right hand, aiming to entangle his sword arm. Zhang Ruiyang's response was educational. Instead of trying to dodge or burn through the vines directly, he actually caught one with his free hand, using my own momentum to pull himself into a spin. Fire Rookie surged through his body as he moved, and suddenly my vines weren't grabbing him. He was using them as leverage to launch himself toward me, his burning sword leading the way. I managed to sever the vines before he could completely turn my technique against me, but it was a near thing. The tip of his blade scored a line of fire across my chest as I stepped away. Creative, he commented, landing gracefully, but predictable. Would users always try to bind their opponents? It's practically instinct. I pressed my hand against the burn on my chest. Speaking from experience, I fought my share of wood cultivators over the years. He began circling slowly, his blade leaving a trail of flames that hung in the air like a glowing fence. They all make the same mistake, trying to overwhelm fire with quantity. But it doesn't matter how many leaves or vines you throw at me. Fire will always burn through. He punctuated that statement with another blast of flames, this one more focused than the last. I dove behind a boulder, but the fire curved around it, forcing me to blink step again. This wasn't working. Every exchange was costing me energy, while Zhang Ruiyang seemed to be getting more efficient with each attack. If this turned into a battle of attrition, I'd be at a serious disadvantage. Master, he's been forcing you to move. Each dodge puts you slightly closer to being cornered. He was right. I'd been so focused on individual exchanges that I hadn't noticed the larger pattern. Zhang Ruiyang wasn't just attacking randomly. He was gradually reducing my maneuvering space, using his flames to cut off escape routes. Any suggestions? His efficiency is both a strength and a weakness, Azure observed. He's so focused on perfect energy control that he might be vulnerable to something completely unexpected. Before I could reply, Zhang Ruiyang extinguished his burning sword and dropped into a low stance I didn't recognize. Let's see how you handle something more traditional. With that, he shot forward, and the next moment his fist was inches from my face. I managed to get my arm up to block, but the impact still sent me stumbling backward. The man hit like a charging bull. 100 years of combat experience, he lectured while methodically taking me apart, not giving me the opportunity to execute any of my techniques. You have power, I'll grant you that. But power without proper foundation and experience is just... He cut off mid-sentence as his next punch connected solidly with my jaw. It was a perfect strike, the kind that should have laid me out flat. Instead, I took the hit and stayed standing. The look of surprise on his face was almost worth the pain. Almost. Interesting, he muttered, shaking out his hand. Your body's durability is unusual. As the fight continued, I was starting to read his rhythm. He favored quick combinations, 3 or 4 hits strung together, each one setting up the next. The individual techniques weren't particularly complex, but the way he chained them together was devastating. I took more hits than I landed, but each exchange taught me something new. How he shifted his weight before a kick. The way he used subtle angles to maximize impact. The precise timing of his breathing with each combination. Your technique is familiar, he said during a brief respite, both of us circling each other warily. But not quite like anything I've seen before. Almost like... He trailed off, studying me with narrowed eyes. I used the moment to assess the damage. Multiple bruises, possibly a cracked rib, and my left arm was going numb from blocking his strikes. But my chi-reinforced body was holding up better than it should have. Each hit that landed seemed to surprise him more than the last. But I had to admit, this wasn't working. His experience was overwhelming my raw power. Now that I had some space, it was time to change it up. Chapter 147. Chi versus Rookie. You know, I commented, wiping blood from my split lip. The best lessons leave bruises. He actually smiled at that. A good philosophy. Shall we continue your education? Before he could advance forward, I activated Hawk's Eye, and suddenly the world slowed down. I could see the subtle shifts in his stance, the minute tensions in his muscles that telegraphed his next moves. More than that, I could read the flow of his Rookie, how he channeled it to enhance his strikes. But with Hawkeye's limited duration, I had to end this fast. The next exchange was even more intense. Through Hawk's Eye, I watched him gather Rookie for a complex combination. A straight punch that would flow into an elbow, transitioning to a knee before culminating in a spinning kick. Each move was meant to set up the next, a flowing sequence that would be almost impossible to defend against normally. But I could see it all before it happened. I let his initial punch graze my shoulder, a calculated risk that drew him in. As his elbow came around, I was already moving, slipping past his strike with millimeters to spare. The knee strike passed through empty air as I shifted my weight, reading the tension in his hips that telegraphed the upcoming kick. As his leg came around for what should have been a devastating spinning kick, I was already inside his guard, my timing perfect. His eyes widened. This wasn't just quick learning. This was something else entirely. My counterstrike caught him in the solar plexus, backed by Titan's Crest enhanced strength. For the first time in our fight, he was the one who had to stumble backward. Very good, he said. But I noticed he was breathing harder now. His eyes narrowed, studying me with new intensity. Those movements, you're reading my attacks somehow. But, he lunged forward suddenly, hands wreathed in fire. Rookie again. Through Hawk's Eye, I could see him preparing another complex sequence, but there was something different about his energy flow this time. He was adapting too, learning from each exchange. That's when I had my idea. I launched another leaf storm, but this time I didn't try to overwhelm his defenses. Instead, I watched carefully as he was forced to abandon his attack to create his flame barrier, studying how he shaped the fire rookie. "Is that really the best you can do?" he asked, almost sounding disappointed. "I thought you were different from the others." I smiled. "Oh, I am. I just needed to see something." Then I activated Explosive Seed. But instead of throwing the seed at him directly, I scattered dozens of them in a wide arc around both of us. They buried themselves in the ground, the decorative plants, even the boulder I'd used for cover earlier. Zhang Ruiyang's eyes widened slightly as he realized what I'd done. "Clever. But do you really think?" I detonated them all at once. The explosion wasn't particularly powerful. I deliberately kept each seed's charge minimal. But that wasn't the point. The point was what happened when all that displaced air suddenly rushed back in toward the vacuum created by multiple simultaneous detonations. Zhang Ruiyang's carefully controlled flames, deprived of their normal airflow, went wild. For just a moment, his perfect fire control faltered as the disrupted air currents turned his own technique against him. It wasn't much, barely a second of disorientation. The story has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. But a second was all we needed. That's when YGGY shot forward from my sleeve. Zhang Ruiyang's combat instincts were still impressive. He managed to partially deflect the initial strike with his sword. But YGGY was more than just a simple vine construct. It adapted instantly, wrapping around his blade and using his own defensive movement to slip past his guard. "What in the—" he started to say, but then YGGY constricted around his sword arm. I saw my opening. Blink Step put me directly in front of him. Titan's Crest activated, flooding my system with enhanced strength. And then, the Phantom Strike. It wasn't Rookie that powered this technique. It was pure Qi. Something this world hadn't seen probably ever. I could see Zhang Ruiyang's eyes widen as he sensed it. An energy so foreign to his experience that he had no context for what he was feeling. My fist connected with his chest. There was a moment of absolute stillness. And then, the impact sent him flying backward, his body creating a trench in the scorched earth before slamming into one of Zhou Shintong's precious imported trees. When the dust settled, I could see that the strike had literally punched through his torso, leaving a perfectly circular hole where his heart had been. But what caught my attention was his expression. As his life began to fade, Zhang Ruiyang was smiling. "So that's what it was," he whispered, blood trickling from his mouth. "All this time, there was something more." He died with that smile still on his face, like someone who'd finally found the answer to a question they'd been asking their whole life. I took a moment to catch my breath and look at the destruction around us. The once pristine garden was now a wasteland of scorched earth and shattered trees. Zhou Shintong's precious imported plants were nothing but ash, and the carefully maintained paths were cracked and broken. That was... Han Rennie's mental voice was a mix of awe and horror. "I've never seen anything like that." "Neither had he," I replied softly, looking at Zhang Ruiyang's body. That's probably why he was smiling at the end. He got to experience something new, something that proved the world was bigger than he thought. "That energy at the end," Han Rennie continued. "What was that? Felt different from Rookie." "A story for another time," I replied. "Right now, we have bigger problems." That fight had been far more spectacular than I'd intended. So much for the element of surprise. "Still, Azure," I replied. "How are our energy reserves?" "Red Sun energy at 35% capacity," he reported. "Spiritual essence stable but slightly depleted from the Phantom Strike. Physical essence enhanced from Titan's Crest but will normalize soon. Overall, better than expected given the intensity of that battle." That was something, at least. But just because I had access to higher forms of energy didn't mean I should waste them. Zhang Ruiyang's lesson about efficiency in a power-limited environment would be useful going forward, even if I'd forced him to abandon it in the end. "Rest well," I whispered, taking one last glance at the corpse. Thank you for the lessons. With that, I turned around and made my way toward the main building, YGGY returning to its usual position around my arm. The entrance was a set of ornate double doors, carved with images of three-leaf clovers, very on brand for a sect elder. I pushed them open without ceremony, stepping into a large reception hall. The space was well lit by crystal lamps, their light revealing polished wooden floors and walls decorated with expensive-looking paintings. At the far end, seated in what could only be described as a throne, was Zhou Shentong. He looked exactly as Han Renyi had described, tall, imposing, with long silver-streaked black hair and cold eyes. His dark robes were embroidered with green patterns, and his posture spoke of absolute confidence. Above him was a sight that made Han Renyi's consciousness recoil in horror. Suspended by thick wooden roots that emerged from the ceiling was Han Renyi's father. The man looked battered but alive, his clothes torn and dirty but his eyes still defiant. Zhou Shentong's expression showed only mild surprise as he recognized me, or rather, as he recognized Han Renyi's face. "Well," he said, "this is unexpected. I didn't think the young Master Han had this kind of potential. To defeat Zhang Ruiyang. Most impressive." Han Renyi's father looked up, his face a mask of anguish. "Foolish boy, you shouldn't have come. Get out of here, run." I felt Han Renyi's desire to respond, to reassure his father, but I kept control. Now wasn't the time for emotional outbursts. Zhou Shentong seemed amused by the family drama. "Oh, let him stay, Han Zhongwei. After all." The roots tightened their grip, drawing a pained gasp from their prisoner. "We were just discussing your family's future." I stepped fully into the room, carefully gauging distances and angles. "So," Zhou Shentong smiled, and it was like watching a snake bare its fangs. "Shall we negotiate?" Chapter 148. Battling Elder Zhou Shentong. I had to admire Zhou Shentong's composure. Here I was, having just destroyed his garden, killed his guards, and walked into his sanctum like I owned the place, and he sat there looking mildly amused. Either he was supremely confident in his abilities, or he was putting on one hell of a poker face. "Negotiations," I replied, keeping my tone light as I studied the room more carefully. And here I thought we were just having a pleasant evening chat. The reception hall was larger than it had first appeared, with high ceilings supported by wooden pillars carved to look like intertwining vines. More of Zhou Shentong's ostentatious displays of wealth, but they might prove useful. Through my connection to plant life, I could feel that the carvings weren't just decorative. They were made from the same type of wood as the roots holding Han Zhongwei. "Oh, we can chat," Zhou Shentong smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. "In fact, I'm quite curious about several things. For instance," he made a subtle gesture, and the roots tightened around Han Zhongwei's chest, drawing a pained gasp. "How did a supposedly talentless young master suddenly develop such interesting abilities?" I felt Han Renyi's consciousness stir at the insult, but I kept us focused on more important matters, like the wooden roots currently suspending his father from the ceiling. I could feel their vitality, or rather, their desperate hunger. Like everything else in this world, they were starving for energy. "The gardens are quite impressive," I commented, deliberately changing the subject as I expanded my awareness through the room's various plant decorations. "Though they seem undernourished. Having trouble maintaining them?" Zhou Shentong's eyes narrowed further, probably wondering why I was making small talk about his gardening habits, while my father hung suspended above us. But that was fine. Let him think I was trying to stall or playing some game. The truth was, I needed time to fully understand the network of roots he'd created. "A common problem these days," Zhou Shentong replied smoothly, playing along. "The declining rookie makes maintaining such luxuries challenging. But then, that's why consolidation of resources is so important, isn't it?" His smile turned predatory. "Which brings us back to our negotiations." The roots tightened their grip on Han Renyi's father, drawing a pained gasp. I could feel the man's confusion. Here was his son, supposedly come to rescue him, chatting about gardens while he suffered. But I needed just a little more time. There. I could feel it now. The complex web of rookie Zhou Shentong had woven through the roots. It was an impressive piece of work, especially given the limited energy he had to work with. But there was something odd about it. You know, I said, taking a casual step forward. There's an interesting thing about plants in a low-energy environment. Another step. They become very selective about their food sources. Zhou Shentong's expression didn't change, but I saw his hand tighten on the armrest. He was starting to suspect something was wrong, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what. I took another step, and this time I let a tiny trace of qi, not rookie, but pure spiritual essence, leak into the nearest root. The root literally shivered with pleasure. Zhou Shentong noticed it too. His eyes widened slightly as he tried to reassert control, pushing more rookie into his technique. But it was already too late. The roots had tasted something better than the thin gruel of rookie they'd been surviving on, and they wanted more. What? Zhou Shentong started to rise from his throne, his composure cracking as he felt his control slipping. What are you doing? I smiled and released more qi into the root network. Just providing a better meal option. The effect rippled through the entire room. Roots that had been firmly under Zhou Shentong's control began to twist and turn, seeking out the source of this new, richer energy. I could feel their hunger, their desperation after so long subsisting on the meager rookie available to them. Stop this! Zhou Shentong snarled, standing fully now. He pushed more rookie into the roots, trying to maintain his control, but it was like trying to bribe someone with copper coins after they'd tasted gold. I didn't bother responding. Instead, I simply opened myself fully to the room's plant life, letting them feel the difference between Zhou Shentong's rookie and my qi. The choice was obvious. They practically threw themselves at me, abandoning Zhou Shentong's control entirely. The roots holding Han Renyi's father suddenly loosened, gently lowering him to the ground instead of dropping him. Other roots began to wave happily in my direction, like puppies hoping for attention. The entire room's plant life seemed to perk up, responding to the presence of real qi for the first time in, well, probably ever. What is this power? Zhou Shentong's face was full of confusion and rage. He kept trying to reassert control, pushing more and more rookie into techniques that had always worked before, only to watch as the plants literally ignored him in favor of cuddling up to me. I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of a supposedly fearsome sect elder being ghosted by his own plants. This is impossible? Zhou Shentong muttered, staring at his hands as if they'd betrayed him. The verdant binding art is unmatched in. Your plants have just discovered there's better food available. To demonstrate my point, I had some of the smaller roots weave themselves into a comfortable chair, which I then sat in with perhaps a bit more dramatic flair than strictly necessary. The roots practically purred at the contact. Zhou Shentong's face went through several interesting expressions before settling on fury. Enough of these tricks. He formed a series of hand seals, and new roots burst from the ground around him. Let's see how you handle fresh growth. If you spot this tail on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. The roots shot toward me like spears, and I had to admit the speed was impressive. But the moment they got within range of my qi, well, the best way to describe it would be to say they got distracted. Instead of impaling me, they started rubbing against my legs. I don't. Zhou Shentong stared at his misbehaving plants with something approaching horror. This isn't. They should. They're not defective, I assured him, patting one particularly enthusiastic root. It's basic plant behavior. They'll always grow towards the better light. That seemed to be the last straw for Zhou Shentong's composure. With a roar of rage, he abandoned his plant techniques entirely and launched himself at me. His palm wreathed in rookie for a devastating strike. I probably should have been more concerned about a mid-tier 2 cultivator charging at me with murderous intent. But I had to bite back a laugh as I watched his own plants trip him mid-lunge. The roots he'd been controlling for years had apparently decided that protecting their new friend was more important than obeying their old master. Still, I didn't waste the opening. As Zhou Shentong stumbled, I activated Blink Step and closed the distance, channeling energy into the phantom strike. My fist connected with his chest in a blow that should have ended the fight. Should have. Instead, Zhou Shintong managed to get a partial defense up, his rookie hardening his body enough to turn what would have been a fatal strike into merely a devastating one. He went flying backward, crashing through his own throne before slamming into the far wall hard enough to crack the expensive stonework. Stronger than Zhang Wei, I noted, shaking out my hand. Much stronger. Zhou Shintong pulled himself from the wreckage of his throne, blood trickling from his mouth, but his eyes blazing with fury. You dare! He spat, his voice thick with rage and what I suspected was a punctured lung. You dare come into my home, corrupt my plants, mock my techniques. To be fair, I pointed out, I didn't corrupt anything. Your plants just have good taste. That probably wasn't the most diplomatic response, but I couldn't resist. Besides, I was already moving as Zhou Shintong launched himself at me again, his entire body now wreathed in rookie. His speed had increased dramatically. Apparently, he'd been holding back quite a bit before. This time, when my phantom strike connected, he was ready for it. His defense was more solid, and though the impact still sent him sliding backward, he remained on his feet. More importantly, he managed to land a counterstrike of his own, his palm catching my shoulder with enough force to crack bone. I grimaced as I felt the damage. Even with Titan's crest active, that had hurt. Zhou Shintong might be limited by this world's energy constraints, but he hadn't become a sect elder through luck alone. His combat experience was showing. He'd already adapted to my fighting style and found ways to counter it. Impressed? Zhou Shintong asked, noticing my reaction. Did you think all my power came from techniques and formations? I was breaking bones before your grandfather was born, boy. You know what I'm actually impressed by? I asked, subtly gathering chi. How you've managed to maintain this compound with so little available energy. The formations, the plants, the guards. It must cost a fortune in resources. Zhou Shintong's eyes narrowed, trying to figure out my angle. Your point. My point is. I smiled. You really should have spent more on structural integrity. Before he could process that, I activated Explosive Seed. But instead of targeting him directly, I scattered the seeds throughout the room, in the walls, the floor, the ceiling. Dozens of them, each one carefully placed at key structural points I'd been mapping out during our entire conversation. Zhou Shintong's eyes widened as he realized what I was about to do. You wouldn't dare. You'll bring the whole building down. Actually, I corrected him. I'm counting on it. I detonated all the seeds simultaneously. The effect was catastrophic. The carefully maintained chamber, probably worth more than most families earned in a year, began to collapse in on itself. Chunks of ceiling rained down as support beams cracked and shattered. The expensive floor tiles buckled and split as the foundation itself was compromised. Zhou Shintong moved to dodge the falling debris, his movements still impressive despite his injuries. But that's when my plant friends decided to help again. Roots that had been passively watching the fight suddenly sprang into action, wrapping around his legs and arms, holding him in place as the ceiling came down. This is madness, he shouted over the sound of destruction. You'll kill us all. Now we both knew that wasn't true. Azure had already informed me before I entered the chamber that apart from Zhou Shintong and his hostage, there were only a few guards left in the building. I watched as he struggled against the roots, throwing every bit of his considerable power into breaking free. But the plants had tasted real chi now. They weren't about to go back to the thin gruel of rookie, no matter how much of it he tried to use. What he didn't know was that I planned for the explosions to hide any evidence of chi use. In a world like this, if the news were to spread, I would be hunted and taken to be some lab rat. With no certainty of there being a time loop, I couldn't leave Han Renyi to such a fate.
Han Renyi, I Khaled Internali.
Would you like to do the honors? I felt his consciousness stir with surprise. What? But how? Don't worry about the technical details, I assured him. I'll handle the actual control. You just need to make the decision, to will it to happen. I paused, then added softly, to take responsibility for it. I felt his hesitation, the momentary moral uncertainty of someone who'd never deliberately taken a life before. But then I felt him remember the threats to his family, the fear for his sister, the sight of his father hanging helpless from the ceiling. His resolve hardened. The roots responded instantly, tightening their grip on Zhou Shentong. I could feel Han Ren's intent flowing through them, guided by my knowledge but powered by his will. It was like teaching someone to write by guiding their hand, showing the proper form while letting them apply the pressure. The sect elder's eyes widened as he realized what was happening, as he felt the killing intent behind the constricting plants. "Wait!" Zhou Shentong gasped, his arrogance finally cracking in the face of death. "We can negotiate." The roots squeezed tighter. "Please, can offer tighter." Bleh. The sound of cracking bones was lost in the ongoing collapse of the building, but I could feel it through my connection to the plants. Could feel the moment Zhou Shentong's ribcage gave way, the instant his spine snapped, the final desperate surge of Rookie as his body tried to defend itself. Then, nothing. The roots swallowed Zhou Shentong's broken body into the ground as the last of the ceiling began to give way. I quickly stepped over to Han Ren's father, who had been watching the entire scene with a mixture of horror and disbelief. "Time to go," I said, grabbing his arm. Another blink step took us clear of the collapsing building. We emerged outside just as Zhou Shentong's private chamber completed its transformation into a very expensive pile of rubble. The sound of the collapse would probably bring whatever guards remained running, but I wasn't particularly worried about that. Without Zhou Shentong or Zhang Ruiyang, they'd be more concerned with securing their own futures than avenging their dead master. "Ranny." Han Zhongwei's voice was barely a whisper as he stared at me. Is that really you?" I felt Han Ren's consciousness stir, uncertain how to respond. After all, it both was and wasn't him answering. "It's complicated, father," I said finally. "But I promise I'll explain everything once we're somewhere safer." He continued to stare at me, and I could see him processing everything he'd witnessed, the impossible control over plants, the strange energy he'd sensed, the change in appearance, the casual destruction of a sect elder's private chamber. This morning, he had left his son a promising but limited Tier 1 cultivator, and now he was something else entirely. Chapter 149. A stranger in his own skin. Han Ren watched the city pass by through eyes he no longer controlled, a strange and unsettling experience that still hadn't quite settled into reality. The streets were familiar, he'd walked them countless times before, but seeing them as a passenger in his own body made everything feel wrong. His father walked beside them, occasionally casting worried glances their way, but mercifully staying silent for now. Rennie could feel his questions building, almost taste them in the air between them, but apparently the sight of his son casually dismantling a sect elder's private chambers had bought them at least a temporary reprieve from explanations. How did it come to this? He wondered, his thoughts drifting back to the moments that had led to his current situation. It had started with pain searing, all-consuming pain as the mercenaries' blades found their marks. He remembered the taste of copper in his mouth, the cold stone of the alley against his cheek, the absolute certainty that he was going to die. Then, that voice, offering help, offering power, offering revenge. In that moment of desperation, he'd agreed without hesitation. What choice did he have? His father was walking into Zhou's trap, his sister's future hung by a thread, and he was bleeding out in an alley. If a mysterious entity offered to save him, to give him the power to protect his family, well, better to deal with unknown consequences than certain death. But he hadn't expected this. The first hint that something was very different came when he tried to move and couldn't. It was like being wrapped in thick cotton. He could feel everything, but control was beyond his reach. "What are you?" he had asked in panic. The answer he'd received, that Ling Zhua was the reason he wasn't bleeding out in an alley, hadn't really been an answer at all. But then, very few of Ling Zhua's responses were straightforward answers. When he felt that first surge of power, he'd wondered if Ling Zhua was a messenger sent by the Celestial Sovereign, or maybe even his reincarnation. What else could explain the blue energy that had knit his life-threatening wounds together? But the blue energy had just been the beginning. Ling Zhuo then started drawing those strange patterns on his body. Runes, Ling Zhuo had called them, though he hadn't elaborated on what exactly that meant. But Rinny had felt the red power burning through them, had sensed how they changed and enhanced his body in ways that shouldn't have been possible. Most disturbing was how Ling Zhuo could somehow hide this red energy from detection, masking its presence so completely that even when Rinny knew it was there, he could barely sense it even when it was actively being used. It was then that Rinny had believed that he was possessed by a demon who didn't want to be known. It wasn't an unreasonable assumption. The stories were full of ancient evil spirits taking over the bodies of Rochin. However, Ling Zhuo didn't feel evil exactly. Pragmatic, certainly, but not evil in the traditional sense. There was a purpose to his actions, a careful calculation behind every move that spoke of someone pursuing their own agenda rather than simply causing chaos for its own sake. A merchant's cart rattled past, the sound bringing him out of his thoughts. Rinny noticed how people seemed to unconsciously step aside as they passed, as if sensing something dangerous even if they couldn't quite identify what. He wondered if they could somehow feel the foreign spirit that now resided in his body, or if they were simply responding to the way Ling Zhuo carried himself, like a predator trying to look harmless and not quite succeeding. A group of city guards passed by, and Rinny felt Ling Zhuo subtly adjust their path to avoid notice. Not out of fear, Rinny had seen how easily Ling Zhuo had dispatched Zhou's much more powerful guards, but out of what seemed to be habitual caution. Whoever or whatever he was, Ling Zhuo clearly preferred to avoid attention when possible. Those guards. Rinny's thoughts turned to the battle in Zhou's compound, if you could even call it a battle. The battle that followed had been like something out of a legend. Han Rinny had always considered himself a decent fighter. You didn't survive as a merchant family's heir without learning to defend yourself. But watching Ling Zhuo move their body through that fight had been humbling wasn't the right word. Earth-shattering, maybe. The guards had been experienced Tier 1 Rochin, each one of them capable of holding their own against multiple ordinary Rochin. Han Rinny had sparred with their type before, usually ending up thoroughly defeated. The speed the battle took place had been dizzying. One moment they were facing a guard, the next they were behind him, then across the courtyard dealing with another threat. Han Rinny had quickly given up trying to track the individual movements. It was like trying to follow individual raindrops in a storm. Instead, he'd focused on the flow of it, the deadly dance that Ling Zhuo wove through their opponents. If you spot this narrative on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. And the techniques. Han Rinny had never seen anything like them. Leaves that cut like steel, vines that moved with intelligent purpose, seeds that could explode. But it had been the duel with Zhang Ruiyang that had truly opened his eyes to the gulf between normal cultivation and whatever power Ling Zhuo wielded. Zhang Ruiyang had been legendary, a master duelist whose name still commanded respect even in his semi-retirement. Han Rinny had heard stories of his fights, tales of his mastery over Fire Rookie that had earned him the title of Crimson Duelist. Watching him fight had been like seeing those stories come to life. The way he moved, the precision of his techniques, the sheer skill built over decades of combat experience. It had been beautiful in its deadly efficiency. And for a while it had seemed like even Ling Zhuo might have met his match. It was then that Ling Zhuo had adapted. Their vision had changed. He was now able to see the flow of combat in almost supernatural detail. Every subtle shift in Zhang Ruiyang's stance, every minute tension in his muscles that telegraphed his next move, became clear as day. It was like reading a combat manual written in the air itself. Still, that hadn't been enough to defeat the master duelist. Just when Han Rinny was losing hope, came that instant when everything had changed. A surge of energy so foreign and powerful that it had made his consciousness recoil in shock. It wasn't Rookie. He knew what that felt like, had spent years learning to sense and manipulate it. Nor was it the other two types of energy. No, this was something else entirely, something that felt older, more primal. The look on Zhang Ruiyang's face in that final moment had said it all. The master duelist had died smiling, as if finally glimpsing something he'd spent his whole life searching for. That image would stay with Han Rinny forever, the moment when one of the most powerful Rochin he'd known had faced something beyond his understanding and welcomed it. And then there had been Zhou Shintong. Han Rinni had grown up hearing that name spoken in whispers, had seen how it made his father's face tighten with worry. The sect elder had seemed invincible, a looming threat that no amount of planning or preparation could overcome. His power over plants had been legendary, his control over the local cultivation world absolute. But Ling Zhua had barely seemed impressed. He'd walked into Zhou's sanctum like he was entering a common tea house, had faced down one of the most powerful men in the region with almost casual confidence. And then he'd demonstrated why that confidence wasn't misplaced. The way he'd turned Zhou's own techniques against him had been. Han Rinni still struggled to find words for it. It was like watching someone point out a fundamental flaw in reality itself. All of Zhou's power, all his carefully maintained control over plants, had crumbled in the face of whatever strange energy Ling Zhua commanded. The rain started to fall heavily as they approached the Han compound, fat drops that quickly soaked through their clothes. Rinni's father pulled his torn robes tighter around himself, but Ling Zhua seemed unbothered by the weather. Through their shared senses, Rinni could feel him actually enjoying the sensation of rain on their skin, as if experiencing it for the first time. That was another oddity about his mysterious passenger, the way he seemed to find novelty in the most mundane things. The texture of fabric, the taste of air, the feeling of sunlight on skin. It was like watching someone rediscover the world through new eyes, which Rinni supposed might not be far from the truth. The Han compound came into view through the rain, its walls looking somehow smaller than Rinni remembered. Had it always been this modest, or had his perspective simply changed after witnessing the casual display of power at Zhou Shintong's estate? Even the guards at the gate, once impressive figures in Rinni's childhood memories, now seemed almost pitifully ordinary in comparison to what he'd seen today. As they approached the familiar gates of home, Rinni found his thoughts turning to the future. What exactly had he agreed to when he accepted Ling Zhua's help? The immediate threat of Zhou was eliminated, true, but at what cost? He was effectively sharing his body with an entity of unknown origin and agenda, one who wielded power that shouldn't exist in their world. More importantly, what did Ling Zhua want? He'd promised power and revenge, and had certainly delivered on both counts. But beings of his apparent capability didn't simply help random young masters out of the goodness of their hearts. There had to be some greater purpose, some reason why he'd chosen this particular moment to intervene. The guards recognized them despite the rain, quickly opening the gates to admit their young master and the family patriarch. Han Rinni found himself wrestling with hope that he thought was cut off with the celestial sovereign's disappearance. The powers Ling Zhua wielded, the strange energy that wasn't rookie, the casual way he violated what should have been fundamental laws of their world, it all pointed to one incredible conclusion. Chapter 150. A classic trope. The Han family compound looked exactly like you'd expect for a once prosperous merchant clan trying desperately to maintain appearances. The main courtyard was still meticulously swept, but I could see patches where expensive stone tiles had been replaced with cheaper alternatives. The decorative plants were well tended but sparse, probably sold off one by one as finances dwindled. Even the wooden pillars supporting the entrance showed signs of careful repair rather than proper replacement. It was like looking at a proud old warrior trying to maintain his dignity while wearing increasingly patched armor. You had to admire the effort, even if the results were a bit depressing. "Young master!" A servant hurried toward us through the rain, his expression a mix of relief and concern. "We were so worried when—" He broke off, eyes widening as he took in Han Zhongwei's disheveled state. "Master Han, are you?" "I'm fine." Han Zhongwei waved off the concern, though I could feel Han Rinni's worry at how his father was favoring his left side. Those roots hadn't been gentle. "Please gather the family in the main hall, and send someone to fetch Qingyi from her hiding place." The servant hesitated for just a moment, glancing between father and son, probably trying to piece together what had happened. Han family's situation wasn't exactly a secret. Everyone knew Zhou had been pressuring them. Seeing the patriarch return in such a state, accompanied by his son who looked, Well, I probably should have done something about the blood spatter on our robes before walking in. Finally, he bowed and hurried off to carry out his instructions. I took the opportunity to really study our surroundings through Han Rennie's eyes. The compound's layout was actually quite clever from a defensive standpoint, multiple courtyards connected by covered walkways, with clear sightlines to all the major approaches. In its prime, with proper guards and maybe some defensive formations, it would have been a respectable stronghold. Now, though, I counted exactly 3 guards trying to look like they were casually patrolling rather than huddling under the eaves to stay dry. Their weapons were well-maintained but dated, and their stances showed basic training but nothing special. Not that I could blame them. Proper combat training required resources the family clearly didn't have anymore. A merchant family shouldn't need this kind of defensive architecture, I thought to Han Rennie. Unless the compound was built during the resource wars, he replied, back when every major family needed to protect their holdings from raiders and rival clans. Interesting. I filed that bit of history away for later consideration. This world's declining energy situation clearly had deep roots, and understanding how society had adapted might prove useful. I noticed Han Zhongwei shooting us another worried glance. The man was trying to be subtle about it, but his concern was obvious. Fair enough, his son had just demonstrated abilities that, by all rights, should have been impossible at his cultivation level. If I were in his position, I'd have questions too. Which reminded me, we need to get our story straight, I told Han Rennie, before your family starts asking too many questions. Story? But I know what you are. His voice sounded excited now, maybe even a little manic. You're FR. Later, I interrupted. Right now, we need to focus on not terrifying your family into thinking some ancient monster has possessed their son. There was a moment of mental silence before he replied, Is that far from the truth? You wound me, I responded dryly. Here I am, a perfectly reasonable body-sharing entity, and you're comparing me to some second-rate possession spirit. I'll have you know I haven't demanded a single sacrifice or attempted to corrupt your soul even once. I felt his mixture of amusement and uncertainty at my attempt at humor. Good, a little levity might help him process everything that had happened. And there had been a lot. So, what's the plan? He asked finally. We're going with the classic, the mysterious secret master excuse. It's a popular TR explanation for this sort of stuff for a reason, and people tend to accept what they think they already understand. And what exactly am I supposed to tell them about this secret master? Keep it vague but plausible. You met them while searching for ways to help your family. They recognized your potential but prefer to remain anonymous. The techniques they taught you are unique. That's actually not far from the truth. The best lies are mostly truth with just enough misdirection to. I broke off as I sensed someone approaching. Female, young, moving quickly despite the rain. Through Han Rennie's memories, I recognized her even before she came into view. Qingyi, his sister. If you come across this story on Amazon, it's taken without permission from the author. Report it. She looked remarkably like her brother. Same jet black hair. Same green eyes, though hers were currently brimming with tears. Perfect timing for a field test, I said quickly. You're up. Wait, what do you mean I'm? I released control of his body back to him mid-sentence. The sensation was odd, like stepping back from a puppet's controls while remaining aware of every string. I could still feel everything of the rain on our skin, the wood of the walkway under our feet, the surge of his emotions as his sister came into view, but experiencing it all from one step removed. Qingyi hit him like a small missile, nearly knocking us over as she wrapped her arms around his waist. Brother, they said you were. She broke off, sobbing into his chest. I felt Han Rennie's surge of protective instinct, his arms wrapping around his sister automatically. I'm fine, Qingyi. Everything's fine now. But the guards said you were attacked. And then father was taken, and... She pulled back slightly, tears streaming down her face as she looked up at him. I thought. SHHHH. He stroked her hair, a gesture that felt familiar through his muscle memory. It's all handled now. No one's going to hurt you or father, I promise. I watched silently as he comforted his sister, noting how naturally he fell into the role of protective older brother. It was fascinating, really seeing how someone else's body responded to emotional stimuli, how ingrained certain responses were. The way his hand automatically moved to pat her head, how his voice softened to just the right tone, even the slight shift in posture to make himself seem more reassuring. All of it happened without conscious thought. I didn't have enough confidence in my acting skills in replicating any of that. More guards and servants had gathered now, drawn by Qingyi's emotional reunion with her brother. I could see the relief on their faces, though many still looked uncertain. Han Zhongwei cleared his throat. Perhaps we should continue this inside? The rain. Good call. The last thing we needed was an audience for what was bound to be an interesting family discussion. The furniture in the main hall of the Han compound was high quality but sparse. What remained was arranged to make the room seem fuller than it was. A merchant's trick that Wei Lin would have been proud of. As everyone settled in, I noticed how the servants arranged themselves, older ones closer to the family, the few newer hires keeping to the edges of the room. There was history there, loyalty built over generations. It would be worth remembering which servants could be trusted if things got complicated later. Young master. One of the older servants stepped forward, bowing deeply. We heard things about Elder Zhou Shintong. I felt Han Ren's spike of panic and quickly supplied. Tell them it's been handled. Be confident but not arrogant. Zhou Shintong will no longer be a concern, Han Ren replied slowly. Neither will his sect if they're wise. The servant's eyes widened slightly at this declaration, but he merely bowed again and stepped back. I watched through Han Ren's eyes as his father settled into what was clearly his usual seat, wincing slightly at what had to be some impressive bruising from those roots. Qingyi sat close to her brother, still occasionally shooting him worried glances as if afraid he might disappear. What followed was almost peaceful. Servants brought tea. People spoke in quiet voices about mundane things, and for a while it was possible to pretend this was just a normal family gathering. I could feel Han Ren slowly relaxing as the familiar routine worked its magic. But it couldn't last forever. Son, Han Zhongwei finally spoke up, his voice careful. About what happened at Elder Zhou Shintong's compound. I felt Han Ren tense slightly. Here we go. I've made more progress in my cultivation than I let anyone know, he said, trying to sound casual about it. The slight tremor in his teacup betrayed his nerves. His father's expression showed hurt. You didn't trust me enough to tell me? Tell him about the master, I prompted. Remember, vague but plausible. It wasn't my secret to tell, Han Ren said quickly. I have a master who prefers to remain anonymous. They've been teaching me unique technique. Han Zhongwei's expression cleared somewhat. Ah, I see. He nodded slowly. Yes, that makes sense. Some of the higher-tier Rochin can be eccentric about their privacy. I felt Han Ren's relief at his father's acceptance of the explanation. You have no idea, he muttered, and I had to suppress a laugh at the irony. But the three-leaf clover sect. His father's voice turned worried again. They won't let this go easily. Zhou Shintong was one of their elders, and their reputation. Tell him your master will handle it, I instructed. We will, by the way. I have some ideas about that. My master has assured me they'll handle any retaliation, Han Ren relayed, and I was impressed by how confident he managed to sound about something he clearly had no idea about. The relief on Han Zhongwei's face was painful to see. The man had probably been carrying the weight of his family's decline for years, watching helplessly as their options dwindled. Now suddenly there was hope. The celestial sovereign truly watches over us, he murmured, closing his eyes briefly. To send such a master to guide you. I felt Han Ren's guilt spike at the deception. It's better than the truth, I assured him. Trust me, mysterious master is much easier for everyone to accept than I'm currently sharing my body with a spirit. I suppose, he thought back, though I could tell he was still uncomfortable with lying to his father. The rest of the evening passed in a blur of servants bringing food, family members catching up, and carefully navigated conversations. I stayed quiet, observing how Han Rinny handled himself. He was doing well, all things considered, keeping his answers vague when asked about his training, deflecting questions about his master with appropriate humility, and generally maintaining the image of a young cultivator who had been blessed with powerful but discreet patronage. Finally, he excused himself, his reason being that he was exhausted from the day's events. No one questioned it. They'd all heard enough rumors about what had happened at Zhou Shintong's compound to imagine how tiring it must have been. When we arrived at Han Rinny's room, I found that the furniture was simple but well-made: a bed, a desk, some shelves filled with books and cultivation manuals. Once we were alone, I took control again, settling into a cross-legged position and drawing the chi gathering circle. We'd need to be at full strength before dealing with the three-leaf clover sect. So, Han Rinny's mental voice broke into my meditation. Are we going to talk about it? About what? About the fact that you're from another world. Chapter 151. Starhaven Realm? From another world? I couldn't help but smile. And what makes you think that? If it was just the strange techniques, Han Rinny began slowly, or even your obvious lack of knowledge about certain aspects of our world, I might have assumed you were some ancient Rochin trying to come back to life. But the energies you use. He paused, and I could feel him gathering his thoughts. They're not just different from Rookie, they're fundamentally alien to everything I know about cultivation. I stayed silent, letting him go on. I was curious how someone from this world interpreted what they'd seen. First, there's that blue energy, he continued. The one that healed my wounds in the alley. Felt pure, almost holy, like what the old texts describe when they talk about the celestial sovereign's healing touch. Then there's the red energy, he went on. The way it interacts with those patterns, those runes as you call them. It's like nothing I've ever heard of, and trust me, I've read on all the different abilities of the past Rochin, even the demonic ones. I felt his consciousness hesitate before addressing the final energy type, and if it had been possible for a mental voice to take a deep breath, I'm pretty sure he would have. But it's the third type that really gave it away, he whispered. The one you used against Zhang Ruiyang at the end. It was almost like Rookie, but more. He struggled to find the right words. More complete somehow. More real. I leaned back against the wall, considering my response carefully. Through our shared senses, I could feel his anticipation building, almost taste his desperate hope for confirmation of his theory. I won't lie to you or try to deny it, I said finally. But I am curious, were you aware of other worlds all along? There are so many other conclusions you could have reached, yet you picked this one. His response actually surprised me. Yes, in the past, some of our highest-tier Rochin were selected by the Celestial Sovereign for journeys beyond our realm. Some would return stronger, changed by their experiences. But most never came back, I finished for him. It wasn't unheard for a high-level cultivator to use their inner world as a training ground, selecting the most promising inhabitants for special attention. They could literally create their own army, trained exactly how they wanted. But now, with the Celestial Sovereign gone, Han Rinny's voice carried the weight of an entire world's despair. Then suddenly it brightened. But if you were able to enter our world, that means you must know a way to leave it. I held back a sigh. How do you explain to someone living in a dying world that yes, you could leave, but you couldn't take them with you? That their entire reality was essentially a construct within a construct, and that leaving it would mean something very different from what they imagined. The silence stretched between us, and I felt him slowly beginning to understand. It's not that simple, is it? He asked quietly. Traveling between worlds isn't as straightforward as I would like it to be, I admitted, trying to soften the blow while still being honest. He absorbed that for a moment before responding with a deep mental sigh. Then there really is no hope for the Starhaven realm. I perked up at that. Unlike the cultivation world, this world had a name, an actual specific name. This was a common practice for inner worlds. It was another piece of evidence supporting my growing theory. If this realm also had a spirit like Azure. Speaking of hope, I said carefully, let me ask you something. Have you ever heard of an entity that serves as a guide or caretaker for this realm? You mean like Astralise? The immortal boy. Now that was interesting. Tell me more about this Astralise. He was the celestial sovereign's divine messenger, Han Rini explained, his voice taking on the tone of someone reciting a well-known legend. But he was more than just a messenger. He was the sovereign's right hand, his most trusted advisor. The stories say he appeared as a young boy with stars in his hair and golden eyes. He had the ability to appear anywhere in our world instantly, that he knew everything that happened within our borders. My eyes widened. That description, it couldn't be more perfect if I'd written it myself. Is Astralise still around? Han Rini's laugh was tinged with bitterness. No one has seen him since the celestial sovereign's disappearance. Like everything else of value, he abandoned our world to its fate. I sighed. If the inner world spirit was still active, not only would this realm have a better chance at survival, but helping to stabilize it would likely earn some remarkable rewards. Well, that is if it didn't react badly to my presence. Master, Azure's voice echoed in my mind. For a world as developed as this, it is rare for the inner world spirits to die. It's more likely he's still present somewhere, focused entirely on maintaining what's left of the world's fundamental structures. Thanks, Azure. I thought back. At least there's still hope. Though finding a missing inner world spirit in a realm this size would be challenging, to say the least, and it wasn't something I was entirely sure of doing just yet. So, Han Rini's voice was practically buzzing with curiosity now. What's your world like? How many types of energy do you have? What about? Hold that thought, I interrupted, raising a hand despite the action being useless. Before we get into all that, I need to know more about this world if we're going to have any chance of surviving what's coming next. That sobered him up quickly. The three-leaf clover sex retaliation, he whispered. What do you need to know? Eventually everything, I replied. But let's start with the basics. Tell me more about these cultivation tiers you use. There are 9 tiers in total, he began. Tier 1 is the beginning of the path, where most cultivators spend their entire lives these days. Tier 9 is the theoretical peak, though no one's reached that level since the Celestial Sovereign vanished. He was actually beyond even Tier 9, the only one ever to achieve that. I nodded, thinking about how that aligned with my own knowledge of cultivation realms. It was unlikely for a creation to surpass their creator, though not unheard of. I've got a decent grasp of tiers 1 and 2 from our recent experiences. What about 3 and 4? Tier 3 is where true elemental mastery begins, he explained. While Tier 2 cultivators can manipulate their chosen element to some degree, Tier 3 means complete control. Tier 4 expands that to multiple elements, and Tier 5. He laughed. Well, at Tier 5, you're no longer bound by mortal limitations. You can literally fly to the heavens. Stolen from its original source, this story is not meant to be on Amazon. Report any sightings. I couldn't help but smile at that description. It sounded very similar to the stellar realm in traditional cultivation, though perhaps with some interesting local variations. The advancement in tiers also affects lifespan, Han Rini continued. Tier 1 cultivators can live to about 300 years if they maintain peak health, though they deteriorate quickly after that. Tier 2 extends that to 500 years, Tier 3 to 700, and Tier 4 to a full millennium. He paused thoughtfully. Tier 5 is said to live even longer, but I'm not sure of the exact numbers. That was interesting. The lifespans here seemed longer than their equivalent realms in the outside world. Azure, I thought. Any theories about that? It likely relates to the fundamental nature of this realm's inhabitants, he replied. Since they were essentially created by a high-level cultivator, their basic physiology might be modified for a longer lifespan, but I'm sure that'll come with its downsides. Good point. I filed that away for later consideration before turning back to Han Rini. What about the higher tiers? That's where things get strange, he admitted. All I really know is that Tier 7 is where everything changes. The celestial sovereign would personally take an interest in anyone who reached that level. Some say it's because Tier 7 cultivators gain abilities that even he found noteworthy. Now that was intriguing. What kind of abilities would a high-level cultivator find impressive enough to take direct notice? Tell me everything you know about the three-leaf clover sect, I said, steering the conversation back to more immediate concerns. And I mean everything: their history, their structure, their techniques, even the rumors nobody can confirm. What followed was a detailed breakdown of one of the region's most powerful cultivation sections. Han Rennie's merchant background proved useful here. He'd clearly paid attention to the political and economic aspects as well as the martial ones. How about the cultivation methods they use? I asked when he finally wound down. Most of the sect elders use variations of wood element methods, he explained. It's been their tradition since the founding. But the real power, the true legacy of the sect, lies in the three-leaf clover method itself. Every sect master in their history has cultivated this method exclusively. That actually gives us an advantage, I thought, more to myself than to him. As a wood element cultivator myself, I was intimately familiar with its strengths and weaknesses. More importantly, my chi was fundamentally different from their rookie, purer, more concentrated, more valuable. Perhaps we might have another Zhou Shentong situation. But first I should clarify something. What tier is the sect master? Last anyone knew, he was half a step into Tier 3, Han Rennie replied. Though that was a century ago. Are you certain they don't have any full Tier 3 cultivators? He frowned mentally. Not completely certain. No one has successfully broken through to Tier 3 in the past century. But some of the older generation might still be alive. They'd be in seclusion, though, trying to maintain what power they have left as the world's energy continues to decline. I nodded. That tracked with what we'd seen so far. In a world of declining energy, the higher-tier cultivators would be hit the hardest. They'd need more resources just to maintain their current level, let alone advance. So, there's a real possibility we might have to deal with Tier 3 cultivators, I murmured. Probably weakened from years of energy scarcity, but still dangerous. Surely they wouldn't come out just because we killed Zhou Shentong? Han Rennie asked. I had to laugh at that. You think a sect elder being killed by a supposedly Tier 1 cultivator won't be enough to rouse them? Their reputation is at stake now. If they don't respond appropriately, every other sect in the region will see it as weakness. Oh, he whispered. I hadn't thought of that. I felt his mood darken as the full implications of our situation sank in. Here he was, born into an era of declining power, with no real hope of advancing beyond Tier 2. Unless, Lingzhua. His voice was hesitant now. Those techniques you use, the ones powered by those other energies, could I learn them? I smiled, both at the question and at his careful way of asking it. We can get to that later, I said, standing up from my meditation position. Right now, it's time to pay the three-leaf clover sect a visit. What? His voice now sounded alarmed. Now? But we just killed their elder and destroyed his compound? I finished for him. Exactly. They'll be expecting us to lay low, to wait for them to make the first move. The last thing they'll expect is for us to show up at their front door. That's because it's insane. But I could feel his curiosity warring with his fear. Isn't it? I stretched, feeling the pleasant burn in muscles that had already mostly healed from our earlier fights. The best defense is a good offense, especially when your enemies think they have the advantage of time and numbers. But, he paused, clearly struggling with the concept. Shouldn't we at least wait until morning? No better time for a visit than when everyone's still reacting to the news? I said cheerfully, checking that my runes were all properly charged and that my chi had recovered, though I didn't expect to use the latter. You're actually serious about this, he realized. Of course I am, I replied, moving towards the window. Wait, why are we going through the window? The entrance is perfectly fine. I paused with my hand on the window frame. Tell me, would your father be fine with his son heading out in the middle of the night, only hours after a life-or-death battle with a sect elder? Well, no, but even if he allowed it, he'd worry. After everything that's happened today, I think he deserves a peaceful night's sleep. Don't you? I felt Han Rinny consider this. Yes, you're right. Though usually a servant calls me down for breakfast. We'll be back long before then, I assured him as I opened the window and stepped out into the rain-soaked night. We had a sect to visit, some questions to ask, and some resources to secure. It was going to be a busy night. Chapter 152. Sect Master, Zhou Shintong, is dead. Li Jie sat cross-legged in his private meditation chamber, surrounded by arrays of spirit stones carefully arranged in concentric circles. The complex array was designed to help gather and purify what little rookie remained in the world. If he was going to break through to Tier 3, it would have to be here. If it was even still possible. Li Jie adjusted his breathing, following the rhythmic patterns laid out in the 3-leaf clover method. Inhale for 7 heartbeats, hold for 3, exhale for 7. Each cycle drew in more rookie, refining it through his meridians before circulating it through his dantian. The process was maddeningly slow. Where once this chamber could fill a Rochin's reserves in minutes, now it took hours to gather even this modest amount. But those days were long past. Focus, he muttered to himself, pushing away the familiar bitterness. Self-pity wouldn't help him break through. The real challenge would come next. Breaking through to Tier 3 required more than just gathering energy. It demanded a fundamental transformation of one's essence. The accumulated rookie had to be compressed until it reached a critical density, forcing a phase change that would permanently alter their spiritual foundation. Li Jie began the compression process. The rookie in his dantian grew heavier, more concentrated. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he maintained precise control. Too fast and the energy would disperse, too slow and it would stagnate. The margin for error was vanishingly small. Through his spiritual sense, he could feel the energy approaching the critical threshold. Just a little more. The air in the chamber grew thick with pressure as centuries of accumulated power condensed into an infinitesimal point within his dantian. For a moment, one glorious, hope-filled moment, he felt it begin to transform. The energy grew sharp, crystalline, taking on that distinctive quality that marked the difference between Tier 2 and Tier 3 cultivation. Then, like it had every time before, it slipped away. The carefully gathered rookie dispersed like mist, leaving behind only exhaustion and that bitter, familiar taste of failure. Li Jie slumped forward, not bothering to maintain his perfect posture. What was the point? Too thin, he muttered, running a hand through his sweat-soaked hair. The energy's just too thin. It wasn't just his failure. It was a fundamental problem with their world. The ambient rookie had grown so sparse that achieving the density needed for higher-tier breakthroughs might be impossible now. The last successful breakthrough to Tier 3 had been over a century ago, and even that cultivator had fallen back to Tier 2 within decades as they failed to maintain their realm in the face of declining energy. Li Jie stood slowly, his joints protesting in a way that had nothing to do with his physical age and everything to do with the strain of failed cultivation. He walked to the chamber's single window, looking out over the sect's grounds without really seeing them. How many times had he attempted this breakthrough? Hundreds? Thousands? Each failure brought him closer to accepting what he'd long suspected, that he would never reach Tier 3, that he would end his days as a half-step cultivator, forever stranded on the threshold of true power. The thought should have filled him with despair. Instead, he felt only a tired resignation. Perhaps it was time to do what he'd been considering for years, step down as sect master, find a quiet place to live out his remaining centuries. Let someone younger, someone with more fire in their belly, take on the burden of leading a dying sect in a dying world. A knock at the chamber door interrupted his thoughts.
Liya Frovned.
Everyone in the sect knew better than to disturb him during cultivation. For someone to dare interrupt meant something serious had happened. Enter, he called, not bothering to turn from the window. The door creaked open, and he heard someone drop to their knees. The sound of cloth dragging on stone told him they were performing a full kowtow. Not a good sign. Speak, he ordered when the silence stretched too long. Sect Master. The servant's voice trembled. Elder Zhou Shintong. He. Li Jie turned then, noting how the servant pressed their forehead to the floor. They were shaking, he realized, afraid to deliver whatever news they carried. What about Elder Zhou Shentong? The narrative has been taken without permission. Report any sightings. He's dead, sect master. The words hung in the air like smoke, heavy and choking. Li Jie stood perfectly still, processing their implications. How long have you been waiting to tell me this? He asked quietly. 5 hours, sect master. We didn't dare interrupt your cultivation, but this couldn't wait. Li Jie closed his eyes briefly. You did right to tell me. Without another word, he vanished, leaving the servant still prostrated on the floor. Space blurred around him as he employed the 3-leaf clover method's movement technique, reappearing instantly in a different chamber deep within the sect's heart. The Soul Lantern Hall was ancient, its walls lined with thousands of delicate crystal containers, each housing a small flame. These were the Soul Lanterns, a tradition dating back to the sect's founding. Every member who achieved Tier 2 or higher had their essence bound to one of these lanterns at their initiation. The flames served as both a symbol of their connection to the sect and a way to monitor their life force. Li Jie moved quickly through the rows of lanterns. The flames flickered as he passed, responding to his presence. Some burned bright and strong, while others wavered like candles in a wind. A few had gone out entirely, those belonging to cultivators who had either died or severed their connection to the sect. He found Zhou Shentong's lantern exactly where it should be, in the section reserved for elders. The crystal container was intact, but the flame within had been extinguished. Li Jie reached out with his spiritual sense, hoping to find some trace of the elder's essence, some clue as to what had happened. But there was nothing, just the cold emptiness of death. This is going to be a problem, he muttered, pressing his fingers to his temples. Zhou Shentong hadn't just been an elder. He'd been a direct descendant of the sect's 7th ancestor. His bloodline carried a fragment of the ancestor's power, making him theoretically irreplaceable. The 7th ancestor had been very clear about the importance of maintaining his bloodline within the sect. The political ramifications alone would be nightmarish. Other sects would see this as weakness, would start testing their borders, trying to expand their influence. Younger disciples might question the sect's ability to protect them, might start looking for safer harbors. And the 7th ancestor, the ancestor rarely emerged from his seclusion these days, but the death of his descendant would certainly rouse him. The questions would be uncomfortable. How had this happened? Why hadn't the sect protected young Shentong? Who was responsible? That last question at least needed to be answered quickly. Truth be told, he murmured to Zhou Shentong's darkened lantern, I'm not entirely surprised someone finally killed you. You made more enemies in a decade than most make in a lifetime. It was almost funny, in a dark way. He'd spent years trying to rein in Zhou Shentong's excesses, trying to minimize the damage the man did to the sect's reputation. Now that someone had finally removed the problem, he had to avenge him. I hope you at least have had the courtesy to die at the hands of someone expendable, he said, the empty lantern. Some nobody I can execute without consequences. But no, knowing Zhou Shentong, he'd probably managed to offend someone with a powerful backing, which meant this whole situation was likely to get messier before it got better. Li Jie turned to leave, already mentally composing the messages he'd need to send, the resources he'd need to mobilize. They would need to present a strong, unified response to this challenge. Show that the 3-leaf clover sect was still. He froze. His spiritual sense had picked up something wrong. Something fundamentally, terrifyingly wrong. The formations. The ancient arrays of protective formations that surrounded the sect, accumulated over centuries of paranoid sect masters adding layer upon layer of defense. They were silent. Not destroyed, which would have triggered countless alarms. Not bypassed, which would have left traces. They were simply inactive, as if someone had reached into their fundamental structures and turned them off. Li Jie felt a chill that had nothing to do with the chamber's temperature. He knew these formations intimately, had spent centuries studying them, maintaining them, adding his own contributions to their complexity. They were supposedly unbreakable, unhackable, impossible to disable without the secret methods passed down through generations of sect masters. Someone had just proved that assumption wrong. Immediately, Li Jie left the Soul Lantern Hall. His steps took him through the sect's main corridors, past training grounds and meditation gardens. On the surface, everything appeared normal. Disciples practiced their forms. Servants hurried about their tasks. The endless machinery of sect life ground on. A group of outer disciples bowed as he passed. "Greetings, sect master." He ignored them, his attention focused on extending his spiritual sense to its limits, searching for any sign of the intruder. Whoever had disabled the formations had to be nearby. That kind of interference required physical presence. Unless they were powerful enough to do it remotely, the thought was almost too frightening to contemplate. "Sect master," a voice called out, breaking his concentration. One of the sect elders approached, probably wanting to discuss Zhou Shintong's death. Li Jie waved them away without looking, his attention caught by something else entirely. The Ancestors' Tree. It stood at the heart of the sect's grounds, a massive oak that had been old when the sect was founded. According to legend, the first ancestor had used it as a conduit to establish the sect's first formations, binding his power into its roots. Every ancestor since had added their own power to it, making it as much a part of the sect as the buildings themselves. But it wasn't the tree that made Li Jie's blood run cold. A figure floated above it, suspended in midair as casually as if they were standing on solid ground. Their face was hidden in the shadows of a dark cloak, but their eyes burned like pools of fresh blood, fixed directly on Li Jie with an intensity that made his centuries of cultivation feel like child's play. As he watched, unable to look away, the figure slowly descended from the heavens, coming to rest atop the Ancestors' Tree. They made no sound, no movement beyond that measured descent, but Li Jie could feel the weight of their presence pressing down on him like a physical force. Those red eyes continued to stare, and Li Jie had the distinct impression that he was being measured, evaluated, judged. He had a feeling he knew who had disabled their formations. More importantly, he had a feeling he knew who had killed Zhou Shintong. The real question was, what were they going to do next? Chapter 153. The Cloaked Figure with the Blood-Red Eyes. Li Jie stood perfectly still, his eyes fixed on the cloaked figure perched atop the Ancestors' Tree. 6 centuries of cultivation had taught him many things, but perhaps the most important lesson was this. When faced with something impossible, the first step was to accept that it was, in fact, possible. And what he saw before him was very, very impossible. The figure made no threatening moves, no dramatic gestures. They simply existed, their presence alone enough to make the air feel thick and heavy. Their blood-red eyes gleamed from beneath their hood, fixed on Li Jie with an intensity that made his centuries of cultivation feel like a child's first steps. Li Jie extended his spiritual sense carefully, probing the space around the figure. He knew what he would find, or rather what he wouldn't find, but old habits died hard. As expected, there was nothing, not even a whisper of rookie. Only those of significantly higher cultivation could completely mask their energy from those below them. It was a simple matter of control, like how Li Jie himself could become completely undetectable to Tier 1 cultivators when he wished. But to be completely invisible to someone at his level, half a step into Tier 3. And that wasn't even the worst of it, there was the flying. Li Jie's eyes narrowed as he remembered how the figure had descended down from the heavens. Flight wasn't just a matter of having enough power. It required a fundamental understanding of how to manipulate the world's energy fields, how to weave rookie into patterns that could defy gravity itself. An understanding one wouldn't be able to gain in the lower tiers. Even Tier 4 cultivators couldn't achieve true flight. They could leap incredible distances, could even glide for short periods, but sustained flight? That required Tier 5 cultivation at minimum. And no one had reached that level since. "Impossible," he whispered, the word escaping before he could stop it. The last confirmed Tier 5 cultivator had died over 400 years ago. Li Jie remembered it clearly. He'd been a young elder then, barely 2 centuries old, when news spread that Master Yuan of the Whitehorn sect had failed to maintain his cultivation level. The great master had chosen to end his own life rather than suffer the indignity of falling back to a lower tier. Since then, it was almost impossible to even break through to Tier 3. The idea that someone could not only reach Tier 5 but maintain it in these energy-starved times was, "What in all the hells did you do, Zhou Shintong?" Li Jie cursed internally. What could you possibly have done to draw out something like this? Drawing the attention of a higher-tier Rochin was bad enough. They were typically territorial and quick to anger. But one with red eyes suggested something worse, much worse, demonic Rochin. If Li Jie didn't know better, he'd think that Zhou Brat had deliberately tried to get their sect destroyed. His thoughts were interrupted by hurried footsteps. The elder who had tried to speak with him earlier was approaching again, apparently having gathered the courage to press his urgency. "Sect Master," the elder began, his voice tight with barely contained agitation. "About Elder Zhou Shintong's death." Li Jie kept his eyes fixed on the cloaked figure as he listened. He didn't dare look away, not even for a moment. "This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. He was killed by the young master of the Han family," the elder went on. "Our scouts confirmed it. The boy somehow managed to." Li Jie's mind raced as he processed this information.
Han Renyi.
That barely Tier 1 cultivator had killed Zhou Shintong? But then, why was this being here? What was the connection? The Han boy destroyed Elder Zhou Shintong's private chamber. The elder was saying, used some kind of unknown technique to? Li Jie made a subtle gesture with his left hand, 3 fingers spread, then closed into a fist. It was a secret signal, one every elder knew. The elder's words died in his throat as he finally noticed what Li Jie was staring at. The old elder's face went pale as the blood drained from it, his eyes widening as he registered the impossible figure standing on top of the ancestor's tree. To his credit, Elder Chen didn't make a sound. He simply backed away slowly. The cloaked figure showed no reaction to his departure, which Li Jie chose to take as a good sign. At least they weren't here to slaughter everyone indiscriminately. Yet, Li Jie couldn't shake the feeling of his own mortality, something he hadn't experienced in centuries. It was a peculiar sensation, the acute awareness that his next breath might be his last, that all his cultivation and power might mean nothing against what stood before him. Strangely, a part of him almost welcomed it. He'd forgotten this feeling, the sharp edge of uncertainty that made every moment more vivid, more real. How long has it been, he wondered, since I felt truly alive, since I faced something that made me question whether I'd see another sunrise? The thought should have terrified him. Instead, he found himself suppressing a smile. Perhaps this was what he'd been missing in his endless pursuit of advancement, the simple thrill of facing the unknown. Still, he wasn't quite ready to die just yet, and the being hadn't killed him immediately, which meant there might be room for discussion. Taking a deep breath, Li Jie gathered his courage. "May this one ask what brings such an honored guest to our humble sect?" The figure remained silent for so long that Li Jie began to wonder if they would respond at all. When they did speak, their voice was strange, neither male nor female, young nor old, but somehow all of these at once. "I see that news of the junior's death has reached you." Li Jie held back a sigh. So, this was about Zhou Shintong after all. But why would someone of this level care about a mere Tier 2 cultivator? "Yes, honored one. Then you know it was my disciple who killed him." Li Jie carefully kept his expression neutral, though his mind was racing. Han Renyi was this being's disciple? What happens between juniors, the figure continued, should stay between juniors. The involvement of seniors would be unfortunate. The words were spoken casually, but Li Jie felt their weight. This wasn't just a statement, it was a warning. Stay out of it or else. If he was interpreting this correctly, the being wasn't here to destroy the sect. They were here to prevent escalation, to ensure the death of a single elder didn't spiral into a larger conflict. It made sense, in a way. The death of a disciple or elder usually led to retaliation, which led to counter-retaliation, until entire sects were drawn into decades-long blood feuds. Li Jie had seen it happen more times than he cared to count. The world's history was written in such cycles of violence. But if both sides agreed to treat it as a matter between juniors, Zhou Shentong was. Li Jie chose his words carefully, prone to creating problems. His death, while regrettable, was not entirely unexpected. One might even say he invited his fate through his actions. Was that a slight nod from the figure? Li Jie pressed on, encouraged. Our sect has no wish to escalate matters that have already reached their natural conclusion. The figure seemed pleased by this response, their posture relaxing slightly. Li Jie allowed himself to hope that perhaps they would all survive this night after all. The sect could weather the loss of one elder, especially one as troublesome as Zhou Shentong. Yes, there would be political ramifications, but those could be managed. The important thing was, the world exploded. There was no other way to describe it. One moment everything was calm. The next an overwhelming pressure descended on the compound like the hand of an angry god. Li Jie's knees buckled under the weight of it, and he heard screams in the distance as weaker cultivators collapsed entirely. A voice like thunder shook the very foundations of the sect. You dare kill my grandson? Li Jie's blood ran cold as he recognized that voice. The seventh ancestor, the most powerful member of their sect, who hadn't emerged from seclusion in over 4 centuries, who had specifically ordered that his bloodline be protected at all costs, who had just discovered his grandson's death. Chapter 154. The seventh ancestor's most impressive technique. You dare kill my grandson? A cave mouth I hadn't noticed before was opening, darkness spilling out like liquid shadow. The pressure intensified as a figure emerged, tall, broad-shouldered, with a beard that would make mountain sages jealous. The ancestor of the three-leaf clover sect didn't so much walk as glide, each step carrying him impossible distances. His eyes found me immediately, burning with a fury that would have terrified most cultivators. I felt Han Rennie's consciousness recoil slightly at the sight, but I kept us steady. After all, I'd been expecting something like this. You don't kill a sect elder without anticipating some family drama. You dare! The ancestor's voice boomed across the compound again, and I had to admire the theatricality of it. The way the sound seemed to come from everywhere at once, how it made the very air vibrate, that took skill. Well, if you're going to emerge from several centuries of seclusion to avenge your grandson, you might as well do it with style. Calm down, I told Han Rennie's panicking consciousness. This is exactly what we planned for. This was not in the plan, he shot back. You said we'd intimidate the sect master, not fight a Tier 4 ancestor. Details, details. Without a word, the ancestor raised one hand. The attack came faster than I expected. Not a simple wood spear or tangle of roots, but a complex weave of branches that spiraled through the air like a drill. The technique was beautiful, really. The way the wood twisted and compressed, guided by perfectly controlled Rookie. If I wasn't the target, I would have taken notes. But I was the target, and more importantly, I was ready. The wooden drill shot toward me with enough force to level a small building. Li Jie's eyes widened, probably expecting to see me either dodge the attack or counter with something more devastating. Instead, something much more interesting happened. The moment the ancestor's attack came within range of my chi, it changed course. Like a puppy spotting its favorite toy, the wood construct completely ignored its original trajectory and curved around me in what could only be described as an eager spiral. I reached out and patted it. The wood actually vibrated with pleasure. The ancestor jumped high into the air, covering the distance across the sect in less time than it took for me to blink, and landed on the ground in front of the tree with a large thud that cracked the stone beneath his feet. His expression when he looked up and realized that his attack didn't have the intended effect was, well, priceless, really. I wished I had some kind of image-capturing formation. This was the kind of moment you'd want to preserve for posterity. That's... He frowned, his magnificent beard twitching with confusion. That's not... Before he could finish whatever profound observation he was about to make, I caught a flicker of movement. His arm was rising again, Rookie gathering around his hand in a distinctly unfriendly way. Time for the next part of the show, I told Han Rennie, who had at least stopped panicking long enough to be curious about what would happen next. I stepped off the branch and rose higher into the air, floating with deliberate casualness above the ancestor tree. In this world, true flight was a Tier 5 ability. Just by doing this, I was making a very specific statement about my supposed power level. The ancestor's attack dissipated as his jaw dropped open. Tier 5, he whispered, then shook his head violently. No, impossible. This must be some trick. Seventh ancestor, no. The sect master's words were cut off as the old man gathered more Rookie, this time with a distinct fiery edge to it. Right, Tier 4 cultivators could use multiple elements. That could have been problematic if I hadn't already prepared my trump card. Before the ancestor could launch his attack, the tree beneath me came to life. Now, when I say came to life, I don't mean it just moved or swayed. I mean every branch, every leaf, every root suddenly awakened with the kind of enthusiasm you'd expect from someone who'd just discovered coffee after a century-long nap. The ancestor barely had time to widen his eyes before a branch thicker than his torso slammed into him with all the subtlety of an angry mountain. He went flying through the air in a graceful arc that ended rather ungracefully through several walls. The sect master's face was doing fascinating things as he processed what he'd just witnessed. I could practically see the thoughts racing through his mind. Not only was I apparently Tier 5, impossible in this age, but I was also a formation master, explaining the disabled barriers, and now the ancestors' tree, the very symbol of their sect's power, had just betrayed them to side with an outsider. If you spot this tale on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. The ancestor slowly emerged from the rubble, his beard slightly askew but otherwise looking remarkably intact for someone who'd just been used as impromptu demolition equipment. I decided it was time to twist the knife a little. A Tier 4 junior seeking death? I let my voice carry just the right amount of disdain to remind him of the vast gulf in our supposed cultivation levels. Then, in what might be the most impressive technique I'd seen yet, his entire demeanor transformed. The rage vanished, replaced by a grandfatherly smile that probably worked wonders on junior disciples. He even managed to make brushing debris from his robes look dignified. This junior, he said, dropping to his knees and pressing his forehead to the ground in a formal kowtow, begs forgiveness from the honored senior for his grievous offense. When I didn't immediately reduce him to ash, he raised his head slightly. Seeing that he was still alive, he seemed to gain a bit of confidence. In fact, he continued, performing a second kowtow, I must express my deepest shame at my grandson's unfilial behavior. Zhou Shintong was problematic. A third kowtow followed, always causing trouble for the sect. Fourth kowtow, constantly embarrassing the family. Fifth kowtow, making unreasonable demands of other clans. By the sixth kowtow, he was really getting into it, his forehead practically wearing a groove in the stone as he listed every possible flaw his grandson had possessed. According to his new opinion, Zhou Shintong had been responsible for everything from failed harvests to bad weather. The seventh and final kowtow was his most elaborate yet, his long beard sweeping the ground as he pressed himself lower than I would have thought possible for someone his age. 7 kowtows did feel appropriate coming from the seventh ancestor. This junior humbly requests the honored senior's guidance, he finished, maintaining his prostrate position. Beside him, the sect master's expression practically cried, Thank the heavens the old fool isn't going to get us all killed. As the ancestor stayed on his knees and continued his impressive retrospective revision of his grandson's character, I reflected on how we'd gotten here. Despite what Han Rennie might have thought, this hadn't been nearly as reckless as it appeared. The plan had been simple, really. Use the Shroud Rune to hide my identity while letting just enough of that distinctly unfriendly red sun energy seep through. Not enough to reveal its true nature, but enough to make them think I might be something they really didn't want to deal with, a powerful demonic Rochin. It was probably the same in every world. Demonic cultivators had a certain reputation. Most sects would rather avoid offending one, if only because their revenge usually involved creative uses of human anatomy and a complete disregard for collateral damage. But I hadn't relied solely on intimidation. That wouldn't have been enough, especially since I wasn't sure what would happen if I died here. Was there a loop for time to reset? Would Han Rini stay dead? Not the kind of questions I wanted to find out. No, what had really made this work was the sex specialization. Had they focused on any other element, I would have advised the Han family to relocate immediately while I bought them time. A Tier 3 cultivator was roughly equivalent to someone in the early elemental realm, and I knew exactly how that fight would end. But with style that I could work with, the first thing I'd done upon arriving was disable their barrier formations. They weren't particularly complex. Most Level 2 formation practitioners could have managed it, though perhaps not as quietly. Then I'd sensed it, the massive tree at the sect's heart. Even without actively using my chi, I could feel it calling to me. Azure had suggested it might recognize the World Tree Sutra's influence, and I wasn't going to argue with him. During my silent stare-down with the sect master, I hadn't just been going for the mysterious, intimidating visitor effect. I'd been carefully feeding chi into the tree, establishing a connection while staying under the sect master's spiritual sense. The moment I felt the slumbering power within the tree respond, I knew we'd won. Which was why the ancestor's appearance, while surprising, hadn't been particularly concerning. But what if the tree hadn't responded? Han Rini asked after I explained my plan to him. Then we would have had a very exciting night involving multiple escape plans, some creative use of explosives, and possibly a brief career as traveling merchants in a distant province. I could feel his exasperation, but at least he wasn't panicking anymore. My attention returned to the present as I noticed the ancestor was still talking, having moved on to a detailed criticism of his grandson's choice in women. The tree's branches twitched questioningly, and both the sect master and the ancestor tensed as they recognized the gesture for what it was, an offer to remove these annoying insects. I reached out and patted the nearest branch. Now, I said casually. I'm sure these juniors were about to invite me in to examine their techniques. I turned my attention fully on them, letting my eyes glow just a bit brighter. Isn't that right? The two sect leaders shared a quick glance before nodding enthusiastically. Of course, the ancestor said quickly, his smile now firmly in please don't kill us territory. We juniors would be honored to receive guidance from such an esteemed senior. Master, Azure's voice held a note of amusement. I believe you're enjoying this performance a bit too much. Can you blame me? I replied mentally. It's not often I get to watch a higher-tier cultivator try to convince me that he definitely wasn't just trying to kill me, and would I perhaps be interested in some tea? Well, just don't get too distracted. We seem to have found something very interesting about this world's history. He was right. The ancestor's tree didn't seem to be just any sacred artifact. Its reaction to my chi, the way it had instantly recognized and responded to the World Tree Sutra's influence, this was something older, something that predated the three-leaf clover sect by a considerable margin, which raised some very interesting questions about the celestial sovereign, this world's structure, and possibly why everything was slowly falling apart. The ancestor was already leading the way toward what appeared to be the sect's main hall, constantly glancing back as if afraid I might disappear or worse, change my mind about not killing him. The sect master followed, maintaining a carefully respectful distance while probably trying to figure out how this night had gone so completely sideways. I floated along behind them, maintaining my air of casual superiority while actually considering our next moves carefully. The immediate crisis was handled between the tree's support and their belief in my power level. The sect wouldn't dare move against the Han family now. But long-term stability would require more than just fear. These people needed to believe they were getting something valuable out of this arrangement, something worth more than their lost face and dead elder. Time to play the mysterious senior who might be willing to share some profound insights, I thought, already planning how to leverage their desperation for advancement. Chapter 155. Azure, add it to the collection. The ancestor and sect master led me through the three-leaf clover sect's grounds with all the nervous energy of two children showing their strict grandfather around their messy room. Every few steps, One of them would gesture at something they clearly hoped would impress me. Ancient buildings, training grounds, meditation gardens, while shooting quick glances to gauge my reaction. I maintained my mysteriously intimidating demeanor, floating along behind them with just enough height to make it clear I could see over their heads. The red glow from my eyes, courtesy of the Shroud Rune, cast interesting shadows across their faces whenever they turned to look at me. And this, the ancestor said, gesturing grandly at what appeared to be a perfectly ordinary courtyard, is where our disciples practice the sacred leaf dance technique. The formations embedded in the stone help channel. A young disciple chose that moment to dart across the courtyard, probably on some urgent errand. The poor boy made it exactly 3 steps before noticing our little procession. His eyes went wide as saucers as they tracked from the ancestor to the sect master and finally to me, the cloaked figure with glowing red eyes casually hovering a few feet off the ground. I watched with mild amusement as the boy's brain visibly struggled to process what he was seeing. His mouth opened and closed several times, reminding me of a fish suddenly finding itself on dry land. Finally, his survival instincts kicked in. He dropped into such a deep bow that his forehead actually hit the stone tiles. Seeing your elders, yet not properly greeting them? The sect master's voice carried just the right mix of stern authority and barely concealed panic. Where are your manners? The boy somehow managed to bow even deeper. This junior greets the ancestor, sect master, and his voice trailed off as he clearly struggled with how to address the mysterious floating person. And honored guest, the ancestor supplied quickly, shooting me another nervous glance. I said nothing, maintaining my ominous silence. Sometimes the best way to be intimidating is to let people's imaginations do all the work. Why yes, honored guest. The boy's voice cracked slightly on the last word. This junior begs forgiveness for his rudeness and you may go, the sect master said, taking pity on him. The boy didn't need to be told twice. He scrambled to his feet and practically teleported away, his original errand apparently forgotten in his haste to be anywhere else. Young disciples, the ancestor said with a forced laugh. So energetic, wouldn't you say, honored one? I maintained my silence, but I could feel Han Rene's amusement. Master, I think you've traumatized that poor boy for life. Good, I replied, surprised at being addressed as master. A healthy fear of mysterious floating figures will serve him well in his cultivation career. We continued our tour, and word of our presence seemed to spread faster than any movement technique I'd seen yet. Every courtyard we entered was mysteriously empty by the time we arrived, though I could sense people watching from windows and around corners. The few cultivators who couldn't avoid crossing our path all followed a similar pattern: shock, terror, extremely deep bows, and hasty retreats. One particularly interesting reaction came from an older disciple who actually started reciting protection mantras under his breath when he saw me. Your disciples seem jumpy, I finally commented, just to watch my guide squirm. Ah, well, the sect master cleared his throat. We don't often have the honor of hosting such distinguished guests, especially not ones who can make our ancestors' tree do that, the ancestor added, then immediately looked like he regretted bringing it up. I glanced down at the direction he pointed to. One of the ancestor tree's roots was following us. The moment it noticed my attention, it froze mid-creep, as though convinced that perfect stillness would render it invisible. I looked away, suppressing a smile. In my peripheral vision, I saw the root begin inching forward again, pausing whenever it thought I might turn back. For something that could probably level the entire sect with a single twitch, it was being remarkably shy. Master, Azure chimed in, I'm detecting the tree's root system extends throughout the entire sect grounds. Every building, every courtyard. There isn't a spot these roots don't reach. Good, I replied, noting how our 2 guides were very carefully not looking at the floor. That should discourage our hosts from having any unfortunate ideas about surprise attacks. Finally, we arrived at what was clearly our real destination, the sect's archives. The building was older than most, its wooden walls darkened with age, but still maintaining their original intricate carvings. Multiple layers of protective formations shimmered faintly in my spiritual sense, though I noted they seemed to be operating at reduced power. Another sign of energy conservation, perhaps? The three-leaf clover sect's archive, the ancestor announced proudly. 9 millenniums of accumulated knowledge and wisdom. I had to admit it was impressive. The main hall stretched up 3 stories, with walkways and platforms connecting different levels. Scrolls and books filled shelves that reached from floor to ceiling, their spines marked with characters that glowed faintly. The air carried that distinct mix of old paper, ink, and subtle energy that seemed universal to any collection of cultivation knowledge. If you stumble upon this narrative on Amazon, it's taken without the author's consent. Report it. I suppose this is where we should make proper introductions, the ancestor said. He bowed deeply, his beard nearly touching the floor. This junior is Zhou Tao, 7th ancestor of the three-leaf clover sect. The sect master followed suit immediately. Li Jie, current sect master. We are honored by senior's presence. So we'd reached that part of the dance. They were hoping I'd reveal my identity, probably searching for some legendary name from the past that would explain my impossible cultivation level. The way they held their bows just a fraction longer than necessary, the slight tilt of their heads that would let them catch my reaction. They really were quite good at this. You may know me as Lingzhua, I said simply, watching their faces carefully. The flash of disappointment was brief but unmistakable. The name meant nothing to them, which meant I wasn't some returned master from their sect's golden age. More importantly, they clearly recognized it as an obvious pseudonym. The ancestor's beard twitched slightly, probably fighting back the urge to ask my real identity. Now then, I continued before they could recover, remove the seals on your technique archives. The request hit them like a physical blow. The ancestor's eyes widened, his magnificent beard actually bristling with shock. The sect master's carefully maintained composure cracked for just a moment, showing the panic beneath. Senior wishes to... The ancestor began, then stopped, visibly struggling with the concept. I understood their reaction. What I was asking was unprecedented, essentially demanding access to their sect's most closely guarded secrets. In the past, such a request would have been met with immediate refusal, possibly even violence. A sect's techniques were their lifeblood, the accumulated knowledge of generations. Giving someone unrestricted access was like handing them the power to destroy everything you'd built. But times had changed. With no other living Tier 5 cultivators in their world, they didn't really have a choice. The carrot of potential advancement was too tempting, and the stick of my power too threatening to ignore. Is there a problem? I let my eyes glow just a bit brighter, and both men quickly shook their heads. Of course not. The ancestor's voice was perhaps a bit higher than usual. We would be honored to. We live to serve. The sect master cut in smoothly, probably worried his superior might strain something trying to force those words out. He made a series of hand gestures, and the protective formations around the archive began to dim. Azure. I thought as the seals deactivated one by one. Time to do your thing. Already scanning, master, he replied. Though I must say, their organization system is rather interesting. Interesting how? Well, for one thing, they've categorized techniques for pruning spiritual plants under both combat arts and gardening. I suppose it depends on how aggressively one approaches horticulture. I held back a snort of laughter as Azure began methodically copying everything into his database. While the techniques here probably wouldn't match the power of those from the outside world, I was particularly interested in how they used plants. The unique conditions of the Starhaven realm might have led to some innovative approaches I hadn't considered for my primordial wood arts. Plus, having a variety of elemental techniques in Azure's database would be invaluable when I eventually started experimenting with other elements. Even if I never ended up using them directly, understanding different approaches to energy manipulation would be useful. As Azure worked, I found my thoughts turning to Han Rennie. When I eventually left this realm, assuming I could figure out how, he would be on his own. I didn't want to leave him facing problems he couldn't handle. I knew he was interested in learning my techniques. He'd made that pretty clear with his not-so-subtle hints about wanting to be my disciple. But without access to the red sun or blue sun energies, most of what I could do would be impossible for him. I had managed to strengthen his body to the equivalent of Qi condensation stage 6, which was something. But he would need more than just physical power to survive in this world. He needed a proper cultivation method and techniques that would work with the local energy system. Azure, I thought, how's your cultivation method design coming along? Still gathering data, Master. The information here is helping fill in some gaps in my understanding of how Rookie functions. I won't be able to improve the World Tree Sutra. That's far beyond my current capabilities. But I should be able to create a decent Rookie cultivation method once I've analyzed everything. That was about what I'd expected. The World Tree Sutra was a beyond heaven rank method. Trying to improve it with information from this realm would be like trying to upgrade a fusion reactor with steam engine blueprints. But a specialized method for Rookie cultivation? That should be doable. Han Rennie, I called mentally. What's your elemental affinity? Wood element, he replied. It's part of why I initially wanted to join the three-leaf clover sect, actually. Zhou Shantong had agreed to help me. His voice darkened. Though, of course, that was only if I agreed to basically hand my family over to him. My sister included. I ignored the anger in his tone. That particular problem had been rather definitively solved, and focused on the interesting coincidence. Would element HM? I wonder if our matching affinities were a factor in the successful possession. What do you mean? Well, spiritual possession is typically easier when there's some form of resonance between the possessor and the possessed. Having the same elemental affinity might have made the transition smoother. I paused thoughtfully. How do you feel about joining the sect now? His confusion was clear in his response. With you as my master, why would I need a sect? You sound awfully comfortable with me staying in your body, I observed dryly. There was a moment of mental silence as he realized what he'd said. I would love to have you as my master. Just, maybe after you get your own body. My situation is complicated, I replied carefully. I'm not sure how long I'll be staying in this realm. It would be better for you to establish yourself properly. He went quiet for a while. Finally, he responded, You're right. And, yes, I would still like to join the sect. I turned to the ancestor and sect master, who immediately straightened their postures like students caught daydreaming in class. I find myself quite busy these days, I said casually. And the three-leaf clover sect seems like a fitting place for my disciple. Everyone in the room understood this wasn't actually a request. Even if they somehow missed my meaning, the way the ancestor tree's branches twitched meaningfully outside the window made it pretty clear. The ancestor's eyes widened slightly as he caught my meaning. Then he broke into a broad smile. We would be honored to welcome Senior's disciple. Able to defeat a Tier 2 Rochin? Such talent at such a young age, truly remarkable. The sect master nodded eagerly. Yes, we'll arrange everything immediately. Special quarters, access to all training facilities, priority for resources. I had to admire how quickly they'd adapted to the situation. Not only were they not seeking revenge for Zhou Shintong's death, they were now falling over themselves to welcome his killer into their sect. Politics made strange bedfellows indeed. If this poor junior might be so bold, the ancestor swallowed hard. Would the great senior perhaps be willing to offer some guidance? Even a small hint of senior's profound wisdom would be. I remained silent, considering my options. There was no way I was sharing anything related to my actual cultivation method or techniques. But I needed to give them something, both to maintain my cover and to ensure their continued cooperation. What did I have that would be valuable but not too revealing? Something that would help the sect without raising suspicions about my origins? Then it hit me. Tell me, I said slowly. What do you know about formations? Chapter 156. Rookie Gathering Circle. The ancestor and sect master shared a quick glance when I mentioned formations. I could practically see their hopes deflating. They'd clearly been expecting some profound insights into breaking through to higher realms, not lessons in what many considered a mere auxiliary art. This junior has some basic knowledge of formations, the ancestor said carefully, though naturally, it cannot compare to senior's profound understanding. The sect master nodded quickly in agreement, though I noticed his eyes had narrowed slightly. Unlike the ancestor, who was clearly disappointed, Li Jie seemed to be actually thinking about the implications. "You seem disappointed," I said, letting a touch of amusement color my voice. "Were you perhaps hoping for insights into reaching Tier 3, Tier 4, even Tier 5? Their expressions told me everything. Of course, that's what they wanted. The dream of advancement was more precious than jade. I could share such insights," I continued, watching their faces light up with hope. "But they would be useless to you." And just like that, their expressions fell again. "The fundamental problem isn't your understanding or technique. It's the lack of rookie in this world." The sect master's shoulders slumped slightly. "Senior speaks true," he admitted. "Even maintaining our current levels becomes more challenging with each passing year. The amount of resources required, which is precisely why formations are more valuable than any wisdom I could share." I cut in. "A proper formation can gather and concentrate what little energy remains, making it usable in ways that would otherwise be impossible." I could see the moment understanding dawned in their eyes. The ancestor straightened, his earlier disappointment replaced by interest. "Would Senior be willing to demonstrate?" the sect master asked carefully. I gestured at the empty space before us. "Bring out your formation equipment." The sect master reached into his storage ring without hesitation, producing an array of tools that looked significantly better than what I'd been forced to work with earlier. The brushes were finer, the measurement calipers more precise, and the array anchors showed signs of having been enhanced with additional formations of their own. As I examined the tools, I found myself thinking about the rookie gathering circle I'd created earlier. It had worked almost too well. The amount of energy it had concentrated had exceeded even my expectations. While I wanted to give the sect something valuable enough to ensure their continued cooperation, I couldn't risk giving them something that might accelerate their development too quickly. Their progress wouldn't affect me, but their newfound power could cause issues for Han Rennie when I left. Azure, I thought. What would happen if we removed the compression matrix but kept the resonance chambers? The gathering effect would be reduced by approximately 45%, he replied after a moment of calculation. Still significantly better than anything they currently have access to, but not enough to trigger immediate breakthroughs. Perfect. I began laying out the formation tools in their proper positions, taking my time to demonstrate the correct placement. If I was going to teach them this, I might as well do it properly. The first principle of energy gathering, I began, picking up the primary scribing brush, is understanding that rookie naturally flows in patterns. Most formation masters try to force it into the shapes they want, but that's like trying to redirect a river with your bare hands. Better to work with the natural flow, guide it rather than force it. I began drawing the basic pattern nested circles with inward spiraling lines. The sect master leaned forward, his eyes tracking every movement of the brush. Even the ancestor, who had initially seemed skeptical of this whole exercise, was watching with intense focus. "Notice how each spiral arm maintains a precise ratio to its neighbors," I continued, adding the first set of resonance chambers. "This isn't just for aesthetic purposes. The spacing creates harmonics in the energy flow, each wave reinforcing the others." "But wouldn't that make the formation unstable?" the sect master asked. "The feedback from multiple resonance points." I smiled behind my hood. He wasn't just watching. He was actually thinking about the principles involved. "That would be true in a normal formation," I acknowledged, "which is why we add these stabilization arrays here and here." I drew 2 more patterns, linking them to the main spiral arms. They act as dampers, preventing the resonance from building to dangerous levels. The ancestor stroked his beard thoughtfully. "I recognize elements of the traditional gathering array," he said. "But these modifications..." He trailed off, clearly trying to understand how everything fit together. Unlawfully taken from Royal Road. This story should be reported if seen on Amazon. The traditional array was designed for a world rich in energy, I explained. It's like using a bucket to catch rain during a storm. But what we need now is more like collecting morning dew. We need to gather every drop we can find and hold on to it. I continued drawing, adding layer after layer of intricately connected patterns. Each stroke was precisely measured, each line flowing naturally into the next. This wasn't just about creating a functional formation. I wanted to show them the proper way to construct it so they could replicate it later. The key, I said as I worked, is understanding that energy gathering isn't just about pulling in power. It's about creating a space where energy wants to gather naturally, like how a valley collects water without any effort, or how certain caves seem to naturally accumulate spiritual energy. Is that why the spacing between the spiral arms is so wide? The sect master asked. To account for the thinner energy? I nodded, pleased that he'd caught that detail. Exactly. If the world was filled with dense energy, you could pack the lines closer together. But here, we need to cast a wider net, so to speak. As I added the final touches, I could feel their anticipation building. They might not understand every aspect of what I was doing, but they could tell this was something far beyond their current formations. Watch carefully, I said, straightening up. The activation sequence matters as much as the pattern itself. I channeled a small amount of energy into the formation's primary activation point. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, starting from the outer edges, the lines began to glow with a soft green light. The light spiraled inward along the pattern I'd drawn, each resonance chamber lighting up as the energy reached it. The effect was beautiful. Really, like watching a flower bloom in reverse, each petal of light folding inward toward the center. But the real show wasn't the light display. By the celestial sovereign, the ancestor whispered, his eyes wide as he felt the change in the air. The rookie density in the room had increased dramatically, creating a pocket of energy concentration that might not have been impressive in the peak era of their world, but was much greater than anything they could hope to achieve in these times. The sect master actually stumbled slightly, overwhelmed by the sudden increase in available energy. This is incredible. With this level of energy concentration, I might actually be able to maintain my cultivation, the ancestor finished, his voice filled with wonder and relief. Perhaps even make progress again. Tier 3 might no longer be just a dream, the sect master whispered, more to himself than to us. His eyes had a distant look, as if already imagining the possibilities this opened up. I smiled behind my hood, though they couldn't see it. Are you satisfied with our exchange then? The sect master laughed, a genuine sound of joy that probably hadn't escaped him in decades. Satisfied? Senior, I wish I had more techniques I could give away. This formation is worth more than everything in our archives combined. He wasn't exaggerating. Techniques were ultimately useless if you couldn't gather enough power to use them. This formation wouldn't solve all their problems, but it would at least give them a fighting chance. I have more useless descendants, the ancestor cut in suddenly, his tone entirely too casual for someone offering up his own family members as practice dummies. In case Senior's disciple needs more experience. I didn't respond immediately, partly because I wasn't sure how to react to someone so casually offering up their family members for potential death, and partly because I was trying to process the logic behind it. In cultivation worlds, there was a prevailing philosophy that power meant everything. Family, morality, even basic human decency were all secondary to the pursuit of advancement. While I understood the importance of power, you couldn't protect anything without it. After all, the idea of sacrificing family for it seemed, well, pointless. What good was power if you lost everything that made it worth having in the first place? Master, Han Rene's voice interrupted my philosophical musings. The sun is beginning to rise. We should return before my family worries. I glanced toward the window, surprised to see the first hints of dawn coloring the sky. Had we really spent the entire night here? More importantly, did I really want to risk letting Han Zhongwei wake up to find his son missing after everything that had happened? The thought gave me pause. In both the cultivation world and the Two Sons world, I'd never had anyone waiting up for me or wondering where I was. The idea that someone might actually worry about my absence was strange, restrictive in some ways but also oddly touching. It reminded me of back home. Master, Azure's voice chimed in. I've completed gathering and analyzing all the relevant data from their archives. Perfect timing. I turned back to the Ancestor and Sect Master, who were still staring at the active formation like children who just discovered sugar. I must take my leave, I announced. Expect my disciple to begin his training soon. Their relief at my imminent departure was almost palpable, though they tried to hide it. I couldn't blame them. Having a supposedly Tier 5 cultivator hanging around probably wasn't good for their nerves. Plus, I suspected they were eager to study the formation more closely without having to worry about showing proper respect to a senior. The Ancestor and Sect Master insisted on escorting me out personally, though I suspected it was as much to ensure I actually left as it was to show respect. When we passed by the Ancestor's tree again, its branches seemed to drop slightly, and one of its roots actually tried to wrap around my ankle like a child tugging at a parent's sleeve. I reached out and patted the nearest branch, feeling it quiver slightly under my touch. Don't worry, I said softly. I'll be back to learn more about you. There's something very interesting about your existence that I need to understand. The branches swayed gently in response, and I felt a surge of something, a resonance that made the Genesis seed stir with interest. This was no ordinary sacred tree, not by a long shot. Master, Hanreni interrupted my thoughts. Not to rush you, but my father really will send out search parties if I'm not back soon. I sighed and gave the tree one last pat. We'll continue this conversation later, I promised, then turned to leave. Chapter 157. The young master is missing. The window slid shut behind us with barely a whisper, just as there was a knock on the bedroom door. Couldn't have been timed better if we'd planned it. Young master? A servant called out. Your father requests your presence for breakfast. Just a moment, I called back, already moving to take off the rain-soaked outer robes. The robes are in the chest by the window, Hanreni supplied helpfully as I searched. Father had them made when I first started cultivation training. The robes he was referring to were simple but well-made, dark green with subtle patterns that somehow managed to look expensive without being showy. I changed quickly, making sure to properly adjust all the layers. The last thing we needed was for someone to notice something off about how Hanreni dressed himself. Despite being awake all night, this body felt surprisingly good. The boost to Qi condensation stage 6 was already showing its benefits: enhanced stamina, faster recovery, and a general sense of vitality that made sleepless nights more of an inconvenience than a real problem. Young master. The servant knocked again, a hint of worry creeping into her voice. Almost ready, I called back, then paused. Actually, Hanreni, you should probably take over here. You know how to interact with the family better than I do. Are you sure? His voice carried a note of uncertainty. After everything that happened, you'll be fine, I assured him, already releasing control back to him. Just act normal. The transition was smooth now, almost natural. One moment I was in control of his body. The next I was watching through his eyes as he opened the door to reveal a servant whose expression was stuck somewhere between relief and lingering concern. Young master, are you well? The servant asked carefully. Never better, Hanreni replied with a smile that seemed to put her at ease. Just needed to change after morning practice. The servant's shoulders relaxed slightly. Your father and sister are waiting in the main hall, she said, then added with just a hint of motherly concern. Though perhaps you might want to wash up first? Hanreni reached up to touch his face, and I felt his mild embarrassment as his fingers came away with traces of dirt and what might have been tree sap. A quick stop at the wash basin took care of the worst of it, and soon we were standing before the servant. Young master, she said as she led us through the hallway. Your father and sister are waiting in the East Pavilion. The East Pavilion. Interesting choice. It was smaller than the main dining hall but had better views of the morning sun. More importantly, Its position made it easier to spot anyone approaching. Han Zhongwei was clearly still being cautious, despite our assurances about Zhou Shintong. Han Zhongwei and Qingyi were already seated when we arrived. Father and daughter made quite the contrast. He looked tired but composed, while she practically vibrated with barely contained energy. The moment she saw her brother, her face lit up with a smile that could have powered a minor formation. "Brother, you're late." Qingyi's voice rang out as we approached the pavilion. Her tone managed to sound both accusatory and delighted. "Qingyi," their father said mildly, "let your brother sit down before you start scolding him." Han Rennie took his seat, and servants immediately began bringing out breakfast. The food was simple but well-prepared: rice congee, pickled vegetables, and what looked like yesterday's leftover fish repurposed into a surprisingly appetizing dish. "Did you sleep well?" Han Zhongwei asked casually, though I caught the undertone of concern in his voice. "Very well, father," Han Rennie replied, even though he hadn't slept at all. But at least the night had gone well. "No. Strange dreams," his father pressed, clearly fishing for information about the mysterious master. I had to admire the man's technique. It was subtle, just concerned enough to seem natural, but not so direct that Han Rennie would feel pressured to lie. "Actually," Han Rennie said, picking up his chopsticks, "my master did contact me last night." The reaction was immediate. Qingyi's eyes went wide, and her father's hand paused halfway to his bowl. Even the servants trying to look busy in the corners seemed to lean in slightly. "Oh," Han Zhongwei set his chopsticks down carefully. "And what did your esteemed master have to say?" "He visited the three-leaf clover sect," Han Rennie said casually, as though his master dropping by to chat with one of the region's most powerful sects was perfectly normal. "Sorted out any misunderstandings." "Misunderstandings?" His father's eyebrows rose slightly. "And the sect was willing to just let go of this misunderstanding?" "Yes," Han Rennie nodded. "In fact," he paused, glancing at his father, "I've been accepted as a disciple of the sect." The silence that followed was absolute. Even the servants stopped pretending to work and just stared. I couldn't blame them. It was like announcing that the tiger who'd been threatening to eat you had suddenly offered to teach you how to hunt. Han Zhongwei recovered first. "They want to accept the person who killed one of their elders as a disciple?"
Han Rennie shrugged.
"I think killing an elder while at Tier 1 is probably a big reason why they want me." "Brother is amazing," Qingyi declared, beaming with pride. Then her face fell slightly. "But, are you sure it's safe? What if they're planning something?" "That's a fair concern," their father agreed. "Are you certain about this? Would your master approve?" "Actually, it was his idea," Han Rennie replied, and I felt his relief at being able to tell a complete truth for once. "He's a busy man, and this way I'll have proper guidance even when he's not around." I noticed how Han Zhongwei's shoulders relaxed slightly at that explanation. If this mysterious master had arranged it, then surely it must be safe. Amazing how people would accept almost anything if it came with the right authority attached. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. "Still," his father said slowly, "be careful. If they try anything." He trailed off, probably realizing how absurd it was to warn about sect politics after everything that had happened. "I will," Han Rennie assured him. "And if there's any trouble, I can always contact my master." His father nodded, apparently satisfied. "Good. Now that this business is sorted out, we can finally leave the compound again. The silk merchant from Red Stone City is arriving today, and we need to prepare for negotiations." "I could help," Han Rennie offered. "I haven't really contributed since my breakthrough to Tier 1. "That would be wonderful," his father smiled. "Though I hope you won't find merchant work beneath you now that you're a proper cultivator." Han Rennie shook his head firmly. "Never. This is our family's foundation. I wouldn't be where I am without it." I felt a surge of approval from Han Zhongwei. Clearly, this was the right answer. The rest of breakfast passed in comfortable conversation. Qingyi chatted about her studies, Their father discussed business prospects, and Han Rennie managed to deflect most questions about his mysterious master. By the time we finished, the sun was fully up, and the compound was coming alive with the day's activities. "Young master," the servant from before approached as we left the dining hall. "Shall I prepare your formal robes for the meeting with the silk merchant?" Han Rennie shook his head. "No need. We'll be doing physical work today. Something practical would be better." The servant's eyes widened slightly, but she quickly masked her surprise with a bow. "Of course, I'll lay out appropriate attire immediately." As we headed back to Han Rennie's room to change, I could feel his satisfaction. "Happy to help out again?" I asked. "You have no idea," he replied. "After my breakthrough, Father insisted I focus entirely on cultivation. He meant well, but you missed being part of the family business," I finished for him. "I understand. There's something satisfying about simple physical work, isn't there?" He agreed silently as he changed into more practical clothing, sturdy pants, a plain shirt, and boots that had clearly seen better days but were still serviceable. "Brother," Chingy's voice called from the courtyard below. "Are you ready? Father says we need to leave soon if we want to reach the marketplace before the morning rush." "Coming," he called back, then paused at the door. Ling Yizhu, will you be helping today?" I considered the question. On one hand, I was curious about how this world's commerce worked. On the other hand, no, I think I'll just observe. This is your element. You know how to handle merchants and negotiations far better than I do. His relief was palpable. "Thank you. It's just, I've been doing this since I could walk, and you don't need old me messing it up," I finished for him. "Don't worry, I get it. I'll just sit back and learn." He grinned as we headed down to join his family. Time to see how merchant clans did business in the Starhaven realm. The Blue Horizon City lived up to its name, at least from a distance. The sun caught the blue-tinted stone of its walls, making them shimmer like precious azure pearls. Up close, though, the wear was obvious, subtle cracks in the defensive formations, patches where the special coating had worn away, guard posts that were clearly undermanned. "It's not as bad as it looks," Han Rennie thought, noticing my attention to the details. "The outer defenses are mostly for show these days anyway. The Real protection comes from the sect territories surrounding the city." That made sense in a depressing sort of way. Why waste resources maintaining expensive formations when you could rely on cultivation sects for protection? Though I had to wonder what price that protection came with. The streets were already busy despite the early hour. Merchants set up stalls, workers hauled goods, and the air filled with the sounds of a city coming to life. The sense of breakfast stalls mixed with the less pleasant odors of too many people living in close proximity, creating that unique atmosphere that seemed universal to trading cities across any world. "Young Master Han," a fruit seller called out cheerfully as we passed. "No cultivation training today? Taking a break to help with the family business," Han Rennie replied with a smile. I noticed how he adjusted his pace and posture automatically. Not quite as formal as a young master, but not too casual either. The perfect balance to maintain good relations without seeming arrogant. However, I noticed something interesting about the crowd. While most people moved aside respectfully for Han Zhongwei's group, it wasn't just because of his merchant status. There was a subtle wariness in their reactions, especially from those who could sense cultivation levels. "It looks like our actions caused quite a stir," I commented to Han Rennie as another group of pedestrians hurriedly made way for us. I don't think the Three-Leaf Clover sect would announce the events of last night, so they're probably talking about what happened with Zhou Shentong. He was right. I could catch snippets of whispered conversations as we passed. "That's the young master who defeated a Tier 2 cultivator. Three-Leaf Clover sect's elder." We eventually arrived at the merchant district. The Han family's shop was, well, modest would be the polite term. The front was well kept, with a simple sign declaring Han Family Textiles in elegant calligraphy. But I could see where expensive materials had been replaced with cheaper alternatives, where maintenance had been delayed to save costs. "It's not much," Han Rennie thought apologetically. But it's home. It has character, I replied, which was true. There was something admirable about a family maintaining their dignity while fighting against decline. The interior was surprisingly spacious, though much of the display space was empty. What remained was arranged with obvious skill, each piece positioned to catch the light just right, to draw the eye and suggest abundance even where there was scarcity. Ah, it looks like we have good timing, Han Zhongwei said as we entered. The silk should be arriving soon. Rennie, would you mind helping clear space in the back room? Chingy, please check our records for the last 3 transactions with Merchant Liu. I watched through Han Rennie's eyes as the family fell into what was clearly a well-practiced routine. He moved crates with his enhanced strength, while his sister retrieved documents. Their father supervised everything while simultaneously reviewing what looked like account books. The work was simple but satisfying. Han Rennie knew exactly where everything should go, how to stack crates for maximum stability while maintaining easy access. His new strength made the task easier, but it was his experience that really showed years of practical knowledge that no amount of cultivation could replace. Wei Lin would be proud. Young master, a small voice interrupted our work. We turned to find a boy, probably no more than 10, standing in the doorway. His clothes were plain but clean, and he clutched something wrapped in cloth to his chest. Yes. Han Rennie set down the crate he was holding. Can I help you? I was hoping you could help me. The boy's voice trembled slightly. What's wrong? Han Rennie asked, his voice gentle. I could feel his instinctive desire to help warring with caution. The boy's eyes welled up with tears. My family is dying, he whispered. No one can save them. I've tried everything, but... I felt Han Rennie's heart clench. This wasn't the first time he'd heard such a story. With the world's energy declining, more and more people were simply fading away. Cultivation could slow it down, but even that was becoming harder as the available rookie grew scarcer. I can try my best, but I don't know if that will be enough. No, the boy agreed. You can't. But he can. His eyes fixed directly on me, not on Han Rennie's physical form, but somehow through it, seeing where I nestled in his consciousness. That was impossible. That was absolutely, fundamentally impossible. Get back. I tried to seize control from Han Rennie, but reality had gone soft around us. It felt like trying to swim through honey. The cloth fell away from the boy's bundle, revealing what lay within. It was a heart, but not any heart I'd ever seen. This was larger than a human heart, its surface crystalline and translucent, pulsing with a dying light that seemed to draw in the very essence of reality around it. The space around us began to twist and distort, reality itself seeming to fold inward. Outsider, the boy said in a voice that echoed from nowhere. I finally found you, and then we were gone. In the suddenly ordinary storage room of his family's shop, Han Zhongwei looked up from his account books and blinked, confused. Hadn't his son been here just a moment ago, moving crates? Rennie? He called out, setting down his brush. No answer. Chingy. Yes, father? His daughter's voice drifted back from the front of the shop. Did you see where your brother went? Isn't he with you? Han Zhongwei frowned, looking at the half-stacked crates his son had been organizing. One still hung in the air, balanced perfectly on the edge of the stack, as if its placer had vanished mid-motion. Young Master Han was just here, a servant offered hesitantly. He was speaking to, wasn't there a boy? What boy? Han Zhongwei asked sharply. The servant frowned, brow furrowing in confusion. I can't quite remember. There was a boy, but... He trailed off, looking troubled. Why can't I remember what he looked like? Chapter 158. The Immortal Boy. When I opened my eyes, I found myself floating in an endless sea of crystalline fragments. Each shard pulsed with a faint light that seemed to reach out hungrily toward my soul, as if trying to draw sustenance from my very existence. The fragments formed patterns that reminded me of constellations, but these were constellations made of broken dreams and fading hopes rather than stars. It took me a moment to realize that I was inside the crystal heart the boy had been carrying. The space around me was vast yet claustrophobic, like being trapped in an infinite mirror hall where each reflection showed a different piece of a dying world. Well, this was something new. The good news was that I'd managed to wrestle back control from Han Rini, whose consciousness was currently having what I could only describe as a very understandable panic attack. Master, where are we? What's happening? Are we dead? We can't be dead, right? Father will worry when he notices that I've disappeared. And Chingy, calm down, I replied, trying to project confidence I didn't entirely feel. We're inside what appears to be some sort of crystalline heart structure. As for what's happening, I paused, studying our surroundings more carefully. That's what we're about to find out. Outsider. I turned, or at least, I performed the mental equivalent of turning, since physical directions felt more like suggestions in this place. The boy from the shop stood before us, but he was different. His appearance had shifted, becoming both more and less human. Stars dotted his hair like jewels, but they weren't the brilliant points of light from the stories I'd heard. These were dying stars, their light guttering and weak, some barely visible at all. It was a fitting metaphor for the state of this world, I supposed. Don't worry too much, Azure's voice whispered in my mind. Inner world spirits have restrictions placed on them. One of the most fundamental is that they can't harm humans without good cause. I did intrude into this world, I pointed out mentally. Wouldn't that count as good cause? If you had entered as an invader, yes, you would have been caught and either killed or expelled immediately. But you haven't harmed the world. If anything, your presence has likely benefited it. That was interesting, but before I could pursue that line of thought, Azure added something even more intriguing. Also, inner world spirits physically cannot lie. My eyes widened at that piece of information. Now that was useful to know. Before I could fully respond, the boy, Astralis, if the stories were true, spoke again. You can leave that body, he said. It must be rather uncomfortable, maintaining that level of control. I considered my options carefully. On one hand, the abilities this inner world spirit had already demonstrated suggested that Han Rini's body wouldn't provide much protection for my soul if Astralis decided to get aggressive. On the other hand, giving up my only physical anchor in this strange space made me feel uncomfortable. But Azure had said the spirit couldn't harm me without cause, and I had no intention of damaging this world. If anything, my goals might align with its guardian's interests. You're stopping him from healing completely, Astralis added softly. I raised an eyebrow at that. What do you mean? The boy's soul hasn't fully recovered from its near-death experience, Astralis explained, gesturing to create a crystalline image that showed Han Rini's soul. I could see hairline fractures throughout its structure, pulsing with a weak, unstable light. Your presence is… How to explain this? He thought for a moment. Think of it like a broken bone trying to heal while someone is constantly moving it. Your soul's energy, while keeping him stable, is also preventing the natural healing process from completing. Is that true? Han Rini's thoughts wavered with concern. I could feel his consciousness examining itself, finally noticing the deep exhaustion that had been masked by my presence. I thought I was just tired from the fights, but… He paused, and I felt a wave of determination from him. Master, if your presence is holding back my recovery, then please. The crystal fragments around us shimmered, and I noticed how they seemed to resonate with Han Rini's soul. This space, Astralis continued, is part of the heart of our realm. It naturally amplifies the recovery of those born here. A few moments here, without interference, would do more for his recovery than years of rest in the outside world. This book was originally published on Royal Road. Check it out there for the real experience. Azure, you're sure he isn't trying to lure me out? I asked internally. Even his master wouldn't be able to force him to lie, Azure replied. After a moment's consideration, I activated the Soul Ward rune. Better safe than sorry, after all. Then, with a sensation like stepping out of a warm bath into cool air, I separated myself from Han Rennie's body and floated beside him. The young merchant immediately began checking his hands, flexing his fingers as if making sure they still worked. Then his eyes locked onto Astralise and he began pointing, his mouth opening and closing as he tried to form words. "Why you're really—" Astralise smiled, and for a moment I caught a glimpse of what he must have looked like in better days, a divine messenger, wise beyond his apparent years, yet still carrying that spark of celestial mischief. "You should sleep," he said gently. Before Han Rennie could protest, his eyes grew heavy and he slumped forward. His body remained standing, but it was clearly empty now, a puppet with its strings held slack. I looked between my unconscious host and the legendary messenger. "He'll be all right?" "Of course," Astralise assured me. "The sleep state I've induced will actually help heal his soul. But more importantly, I didn't want him listening to our conversation. That was fair enough." I nodded slowly. "So, you said you needed my help." The sad expression returned to his boyish features, and with a wave of his hand, the crystalline space around us transformed. Suddenly we were surrounded by images of the Starhaven realm, but not the parts I'd seen. These were the edges, the forgotten corners, the places where reality itself was coming undone. I watched as mountains crumbled not into dust, but into nothingness. Forests didn't die. They simply ceased to be, leaving behind spaces that hurt my eyes to look at. "This is my family," Astralise whispered, and the despair in his voice was heart-wrenching. For all his power, he was watching his world die piece by piece, unable to stop it. "How did you find me?" I asked, partly out of curiosity and partly to give him a moment to compose himself. "I sensed the energy you used," he replied, gesturing to create another image. This one showing the moment I'd healed Han Rennie during the battle with the mercenaries. "I would have appeared immediately, but—" He waved at the scenes of dissolution around us. "I've been rather busy trying to keep things from falling apart completely." "So, you're interested in this energy?" I asked, though I had a feeling I knew where this was going. He nodded, and the images around us shifted again, showing the flow of energy throughout the realm. It was fascinating. I could see how the world's native rookie interacted with the fragments of blue sun energy I'd introduced. Where they touched, the decay slowed, sometimes even reversed slightly. "With Master no longer here, this world is falling apart," Astralise explained. "Only life realm energy can slow the deterioration, or an energy similar to it. Is there no way to save it?" The boy's expression became thoughtful. "Life realm energy can breathe new life into the realm, give the rookie a chance to evolve, I suppose you'd say. If even one cultivator could break through to Tier 7, it would buy us centuries. And if someone could reach Tier 9, his eyes gleamed with hope for the first time since we'd met. "So, Tier 7 Rochin are equivalent to life realm cultivators." I mused aloud. It made sense. The fundamental energies needed to sustain a world would naturally align with the life realm. Astralise nodded in confirmation. "Why not seek help from life realm cultivators in the main world?" I asked. "Surely they'd have the power to." Astralis's expression darkened, and for a moment, the dying stars in his hair flickered with something close to anger. "They wouldn't save this world." He cut me off. "They would devour it. The energy here, even in its weakened state, would be too tempting." I had no choice but to hide the entrance to this realm from the main world. He paused then, the stars in his hair dimming as he studied me with renewed intensity. "Though I do wonder, how exactly did a chi condensation cultivator manage to pass through my barriers?" I met his gaze steadily but offered no explanation. Some secrets were better kept, especially when dealing with entities that couldn't lie but could certainly pass information to others. "What actually happened to the Celestial Sovereign?" I asked instead. "And the other high-ranking Rochin?" The boy sighed, and the stars in his hair dimmed further. "Something terrible. Something that has caused the death of many Civilization Realm cultivators and countless Life Realm cultivators." I felt my eyebrows rise. "Civilization Realm?" "The realm after the Life Realm," he explained. "It was... is... was master's level before his passing. The verbal stumble was telling. Even after all this time, he wasn't sure how to refer to his lost master. I notice you still haven't explained how your master passed, I pointed out. After all, something that could kill a cultivator 4 major realms ahead of me would be good to know about. Astralise shook his head, frustration clear on his features. It's not that I don't want to tell you. I'm literally not capable of doing so. That was interesting. An enforced restriction? Or something else? What's happening in the main realm is beyond petty disputes between sects or conflicts between righteous and demonic cultivators, he continued. It's something only those who enter the life realm will even begin to understand. That made me think of the increased pressure I'd noticed at the Azure Peak sect. Had they known something was coming? Were they trying to prepare their disciples for whatever catastrophe had claimed so many powerful cultivators? Astralis's eyes narrowed suddenly, stars flickering with renewed interest. Though what is interesting is that you have access to an energy similar to life realm energy, yet you're not a life realm cultivator. I couldn't help but smile at his obvious fishing for information. You're not able to answer my questions, yet you want me to answer yours? The boy actually laughed at that. A chi condensation cultivator with the power of the life realm stage. He shook his head in amazement. Fine, I won't ask how you achieved this, but I am interested in knowing if you're willing to spare some of that energy of yours to help save this dying world. My smile widened slightly. This could be interesting. That depends on what you have to offer. Chapter 159. A Baby Star. I don't have much to offer, Astralise said, his expression downcast as he gestured at the fragments of dying light surrounding us. This is a dying world, after all. Our resources are. I was about to respond when something strange happened. Astralise turned his head slightly to the side, and his face transformed. The sorrow vanished, replaced by an impish grin. But actually, he whispered to himself, I have access to countless treasures that would make chi condensation cultivators drool with envy. I blinked. That was unexpected. Azure. I thought, what just happened? Azure's laughter echoed in my mind. Remember how I mentioned inner world spirits cannot lie? This is what happens when they try. They physically cannot maintain a deception. Their nature forces them to immediately correct any falsehood. Usually they'll whisper or mutter the corrections. Well, that was interesting. I turned back to Astralise, who was still maintaining his sorrowful expression despite the stars in his hair twinkling with barely suppressed amusement. So, I said slowly, you do have a lot to offer. The stars in Astralis's hair actually flickered with surprise. How did you? He caught himself, then sighed with all the put-upon dignity an ancient divine messenger in the form of a young boy could muster. Yes, fine, I do. Then his face twisted into that mischievous expression again as he turned slightly away and whispered, but as a mere chi condensation cultivator, you can't take any of it back with you anyway, ha ha ha. I was starting to see a pattern here. Is there really no way to store items in my inner world? I asked, hoping its civilization realm master knew a method. Astralise shook his head firmly. It's a matter of cultivation level, and yours is too low. I waited for a whisper to follow, but none came. Interesting, so that at least was the truth. Still, there had to be something useful here. What about breakthrough materials? Surely there must be something that could help advance my cultivation. Your spirit has already acquired the elements required for the breakthrough to the elemental realm, he replied, gesturing vaguely at the space around us. That's the only thing you could have used in this realm. I frowned. It is strange that there are no other breakthrough materials. You have to understand, cultivators require specific materials to develop their inner worlds. This is fundamentally different from how Rochin advance. Any resource that could have helped develop your inner world has already been consumed in the creation and maintenance of this realm. Couldn't help but sigh. It really had been too good to be true. Although, Azure, is he telling the truth about that? Yes, Azure confirmed. He really can't lie, but also think about it. This entire realm was created by a civilization realm cultivator. Any resources that could help develop an inner world would have been used in its construction or absorbed by the realm's fundamental structures over time. Made sense. Still disappointing, though. But, Astralise continued, a new light entering his eyes. If you really want to, you could try annexing this world. My eyes widened at that suggestion. Unfortunately, my knowledge of inner worlds, while growing, still had significant gaps. I knew annexation was possible. Wei Lin had mentioned it once or twice in passing. But the requirements and process were complete mysteries to me. Before I could get too excited about the possibility, however, Astralise turned his head again, that now familiar mischievous look spreading across his features. But little do you know, he whispered with barely contained glee. Trying to annex a world of this size will end up causing your own inner world to be absorbed. In that case, I'll take your life realm energy for free. Ha ha ha. I blinked. So that was the plan. Get me to attempt something far beyond my capabilities, then capitalize on my inevitable failure. At least he was straightforward about his schemes, in a roundabout sort of way. Azure, I thought, what's your take on this? Each inner world spirit has a different personality, Azure replied, clearly amused by the boy. This one seems to be on the mischievous side. So, even with the World Tree Sutra, annexing this world would be impossible at your current level, Azure confirmed. Astralise knows far more than I do about these matters, and he seems quite confident we'd fail and be consumed ourselves. I nodded slowly. It did make sense. Attempting to annex the inner world of a civilization realm cultivator while still in the chi condensation realm would be like trying to swallow an ocean with a teacup. Master, what exactly are you hoping to gain here? Azure asked after a moment. I considered the question carefully. Once I return to the Two Suns world, I'll be focusing on mastering the power of the Blue Sun. Since life realm energy is similar, gaining some comprehension of it here could be valuable. It might even help me create beings in my inner world sooner rather than later. A good idea, Azure mused, and it would certainly be more practical than attempting to annex an entire world. Turning back to Astralise, who was trying his best to hide the grin on his face, I asked, what about life realm energy comprehension? Is there any way to? You don't want to try annexing the world? He interrupted, looking disappointed. Are you sure? Because the tail has been stolen. If detected on Amazon, report the violation. No, I said firmly. About that life realm energy. He pouted, which was a strange expression to see on an immortal messenger, before sighing. It is possible for me to transfer what remains of the celestial sovereign's understanding of life realm energy. He opened his hand, revealing a crystal that looked like it had been through several wars. Cracks spider-webbed across its surface, and pieces were actively falling away even as we watched. This comprehension crystal is all that's left. Then, right on cue, he turned his head and grinned. But absorbing even this much comprehension will make you brain dead. Then I can take that life realm energy of yours. It's the perfect plan. I held back a sigh. Was he going to do this every time? Master, don't worry, Azure assured me. I can absorb the life realm comprehension and then transfer it to you in manageable amounts. He clearly doesn't expect your inner world spirit to be quite so advanced. He was right. The typical inner world spirit at the chi condensation realm was barely sentient. What about other types of comprehension crystals? I asked Astralise. Surely there must be more. Astralise shook his head, and this time his expression remained steady. The master was very clear. I can only give one away as a reward to each person. As for the rest, they belong to the new master. Now that was interesting. And how does one become the new master? There are different ways, Astralise explained, counting them off on his fingers. First, if an inhabitant of this world reaches Tier 9, they automatically become the new master. Breaking through to Tier 9, given the state of the world and its declining energy, that seemed unlikely. But we also have a special provision, he continued. If someone shows the potential to reach Tier 9, I can administer a test. Pass it, and they become the new master right away. My thoughts briefly turned to Han Rennie with his talent, determination, and the gains from my influence. Could he potentially qualify for that special test? It was worth keeping in mind. Second, someone could get revenge for the sovereign. I held back a sigh. That condition not only would require power that is likely at the sixth major realm of cultivation, but would require knowing what happened to the creator of this realm in the first place. Something Astralees couldn't or wouldn't explain. And lastly, his eyes gleamed. By annexing this world, maybe you should give that a try after all. I ignored that last suggestion and decided to see what else I could get from this world. What about cultivation techniques? I asked. Surely there must be some records left behind. Those are also reserved for the new master, Astralees replied firmly. Unfortunately, there was no mischievous follow-up whisper. That wasn't as much of a problem as he might think. After all, I could always acquire techniques directly from the sects themselves. They might not be as profound as what the Celestial Sovereign left behind, but they would serve my purposes well enough, adding to Azure's growing database. Before we proceed with the comprehension crystal, I said, I need to know, will lending my life realm energy be harmful to me in any way? Astralees paused for a moment, then shook his head. If you were a normal life realm cultivator, you would naturally recover it. But if you have a limited capacity, he trailed off meaningfully. I thought about the blue sun in my inner world. Its capacity was indeed limited, but it also had the ability to recover energy over time. That should be enough. What's the actual process? The Starhaven realm has 3 trees known as realm-stabilizing trees, Astralees explained. Feeding them life realm energy will help them recover and do their job. You might recognize one of them, the 3-leaf clover sex ancestors tree. I nodded slowly. That explained why that tree had felt so strange, why it had responded so strongly to my presence. It wasn't just any sacred tree. It was one of the fundamental pillars holding this world together. The crystal? I asked, holding out my hand. Astralees placed the cracking crystal in my palm with what looked suspiciously like barely suppressed glee. I had a feeling he was still hoping it would somehow overwhelm me, but with Azure's help, this should be manageable. I studied the crystal thoughtfully. I still feel that life realm comprehension alone isn't enough. Oh, Astralees raised an eyebrow, and his expression turned sly. Well, what else could you possibly want? You're welcome to stay here forever, Provide life realm energy to stabilize the world. Live like a king among the Rochin. He spread his arms wide, encompassing the crystalline space around us. I could arrange quite a comfortable existence for you. I shook my head slowly, my eyes drifting to the view of the realm that shimmered in the fragments around us. This is the Starhaven realm, isn't it? Yes, but... So, this realm specializes in star cultivation methods. I already told you, Astralees cut in sharply. You can't have access to the master's cultivation methods. I couldn't help but smile. I don't want his cultivation method. Then what? I want one of the stars for my inner world. The stars in Astrales's hair actually stuttered in their twinkling, like a crowd of people all gasping at once. His mouth opened and closed several times before he managed to speak. That's. He seemed to be struggling to find words. You can't just... they're not. This world was constructed using breakthrough materials, I continued. And those stars are part of that construction. They're essentially concentrated breakthrough materials in their purest form. But... Astralees was practically sputtering now. Then, predictably, he turned his head and whispered, Actually, trading a single star for life realm energy would be an incredibly fair deal, especially since most of them are dying anyway. He caught himself and spun back to face me, but it was too late. I'd heard the whisper, and more importantly, I'd seen the calculation in his eyes. He wanted my life realm energy badly enough that he was willing to consider it. Impossible, he declared grandly. Then, in a whisper, though maybe one of the smaller ones wouldn't hurt. The smallest one you can spare, I offered reasonably. Absolutely not. Then, turning, The third star in the western constellation is already half dead anyway. This went on for several more minutes, with Astralise alternating between adamant refusals and whispered considerations of which star he could most easily part with. Finally, he seemed to reach some sort of internal compromise. "Fine," he said, managing to look both annoyed and pleased at the same time. "One star, the smallest one I can find, and you'll provide life realm energy to all 3 trees." I nodded. "As long as it doesn't harm me." He waved his hand, and suddenly we could see the night sky of the Starhaven realm spread out above us. With another gesture, one of the tiniest stars, barely visible among its brighter siblings, detached itself from its constellation and floated down toward us. It was beautiful up close, no larger than a marble. I could feel the power radiating from it, not overwhelming, but pure and concentrated in a way that made my inner world resonate in response. Astralise held it out to me with obvious reluctance. "Be careful with it," he said, and for once there was no mischief in his voice. He clearly didn't want his helper blowing up before I was of any help to him. "It may be one of the smallest, but it's still a star." I took it carefully, cradling the tiny light in my palm. I already had 2 suns in my inner world. The World Tree Sutra should be able to handle a baby star. I channeled my cultivation method, feeling its power reach out to the star. The star pulsed once, twice, and then began to sink into my palm, merging with my inner world in a way that felt both natural and inevitable. I could feel it settling into place, finding its own orbit alongside my red and blue suns. Finding out how an extra star at the Chi condensation realm could affect my cultivation could wait. Now it was time to absorb the life realm comprehension crystal. I closed my eyes and extended my spiritual sense toward the crystal. The moment I made contact, I felt something, a vast, ancient understanding that made my comprehension of life energy feel like a child playing with sticks in the mud. This was going to be interesting. The crystal pulsed once, and then everything changed. Chapter 160, Life Realm Energy Comprehension. The moment the crystal touched my spiritual sense, reality shattered. Not in the metaphorical, my understanding of the world was forever changed way, but in the very literal, everything around me broke into a million crystalline fragments way. Each shard contained a different scene, a different moment of understanding, all trying to pour into my mind at once. "Master!" Azure's voice cut through the chaos. "Let me filter it." I gratefully relinquished control, feeling Azure's presence expand to encompass the flood of information. The overwhelming torrent became a manageable stream, and slowly, the fragments began to arrange themselves into coherent scenes. The first vision hit me like a splash of cold water. I stood in what appeared to be the early days of the Starhaven realm, though stood might be too strong a word. I was everywhere and nowhere. My consciousness spread across a vast emptiness that somehow still held potential. The realm was barren, yet I could feel the currents of possibility flowing through it. Understanding flooded my mind, not just knowledge, but true comprehension. I saw how life realm energy could be used to kindle the first sparks of existence, how it could coax complexity from simplicity, order from chaos. Almost without conscious thought, I reached out with this new understanding. A tendril of energy, not quite chi, not quite rookie, but something more fundamental, touched the empty realm. Where it connected, reality shivered. The first life forms were almost absurdly simple, little more than self-replicating patterns in the energy field. But they were alive. I watched in fascination as they multiplied, divided, and slowly began to change. Some developed the ability to absorb energy more efficiently. Others learned to move through the protomatter that would eventually become soil. "Incredible," Azure whispered in my mind. "This is how the celestial sovereign began." The scene shifted, and suddenly I was watching the next stage of creation. The simple life forms had laid the groundwork, preparing the realm for more complex life. Now, with that foundation in place, I could feel how to encourage the development of true plants and animals. It was like conducting an impossibly complex orchestra. Each new species had to fit perfectly into the emerging ecosystem. Too aggressive, and they would destroy their neighbors. Too passive, and they would be overwhelmed. The balance had to be perfect. I watched as the first true plants took root, not the energy constructs that would later populate cultivation techniques, but actual living plants. They spread across the barren landscape like a time-lapse painting, transforming gray emptiness into vibrant green. The animals followed, each one a miracle of engineering. I understood now why the celestial sovereign had been so respected. This wasn't just power, it was artistry. Creating life that could sustain itself, that could adapt and evolve, that required a level of insight that went beyond mere cultivation. Master, Azure's voice held a note of wonder. The comprehension crystal is showing us the actual process of world creation. This is beyond valuable. He was right. This wasn't just historical information. It was a practical guide to using life realm energy. Every scene contained layers of understanding about how to manipulate the fundamental forces of existence. The vision shifted again, and this time I felt a deeper resonance. The realm had developed enough to support more complex life, and now it was time for the first truly sentient beings. This was trickier. Physical forms were relatively straightforward. Follow the patterns, balance the energies, maintain stability. But consciousness, that required something more, something that bordered on the miraculous. Reading on Amazon or a pirate site. This novel is from Royal Road. Support the author by reading it there. I watched as the first proto-sentient emerged. It wasn't human, wasn't even close really. It was more like, well, imagine if you took all the base instincts of consciousness, curiosity, fear, desire, will, and gave them physical form. The result was strange but fascinating. The creature moved through its environment with purpose, making decisions based on more than just instinct. Could learn, could adapt, could choose. It wasn't sapient, not yet, but it was the first step toward something greater. This is how inner world spirits begin, Azure commented. Well, one way at least. We start as simple awareness and gradually develop complexity. That made sense. After all, what better way to understand consciousness than to grow it from scratch? The celestial sovereign must have spent centuries refining this process, learning exactly how to guide the development of awareness without forcing it. The scene shifted one final time, and I felt my spiritual sense sharpen with anticipation. This was it, the creation of the first human in the Starhaven realm. All the previous steps had been leading to this moment. The process began similarly to the proto-sentient, but quickly became far more complex. Physical form, energy circulation, mental capacity, everything had to be perfectly balanced. One mistake and you'd end up with something that looked human but lacked that crucial spark of true consciousness. I watched in fascination as the figure took shape. First the physical form, crafted with painstaking attention to detail. Then the energy systems, meridians, dantian, all the structures necessary for cultivation. And finally, the most delicate part, the soul. This was where things got really interesting. The soul wasn't created so much as encouraged, like coaxing a flame to life from ember. It required just the right touch. Too much force and you'd end up with a puppet, too little and the consciousness wouldn't fully form. I was just beginning to understand the intricacies of this process when everything stopped. Reality snapped back like a rubber band, and I found myself floating once again in that strange crystalline space with Astralise. The boy's expression was, well, priceless really. His eyes were wide with shock, and the stars in his hair were twinkling in what I can only describe as absolute confusion. You're not dead," he said, sounding both disappointed and impressed. "Should I be?" I asked innocently. He turned his head slightly, and right on cue. "But my plan to overwhelm your consciousness with the life realm comprehension was perfect. You should be brain dead by now." I couldn't help but smile. Sorry to disappoint. The stars in his hair flickered rapidly, like they were trying to process this unexpected development. But how? That amount of comprehension should have completely overwhelmed any chi condensation cultivator's mind. Unless, his eyes narrowed. "You have help." I just smiled enigmatically. No need to explain about Azure's role in filtering and processing the information. Let him wonder. "Well," I said, stretching slightly even though my current form didn't really need it. I believe it's time for me to complete my side of the deal. Astralise was still staring at me with that mixture of confusion and calculation, clearly trying to figure out how I'd survived his little trap. The stars in his hair had settled into a pattern that reminded me of someone doing complex math in their head. "The 3 trees," I prompted when he seemed lost in thought. "Oh, yes, right." He waved his hand, and the crystalline space around us shifted, showing 3 massive trees spread across different parts of the realm. One I recognized, the ancestors' tree at the 3-leaf clover sect. The other 2 were equally impressive in their own ways. The second tree stood atop a mountain peak, its branches seeming to catch and hold actual starlight. The third grew in what looked like the center of a vast lake, its roots extending deep into the water like the tentacles of some ancient creature. "These are the realm's stabilizing trees," Astralise explained, though his voice still held a note of distraction. "Each one helps maintain a different aspect of the realm's fundamental structure. The ancestors' tree manages the flow and distribution of Rookie, the star-catching tree maintains our connection to the heavens, and the deep root tree stabilizes the physical laws of our realm." I studied each tree carefully through the crystal images. "And they all need life realm energy?" "Yes," he nodded, "though they can each only absorb a certain amount at a time. Too much too quickly would be problematic." I raised an eyebrow at that. "Define problematic." He turned his head slightly. "The sudden influx of power might cause them to try growing too quickly and tear reality apart around them." "Ah," I said dryly, "that kind of problematic. But don't worry," he added quickly. "I can help regulate the flow. Just try not to overwhelm them, please. I really don't want to have to reconstruct another continent." I decided not to ask about that another part. Some stories are probably better left untold. "So," I said instead, "shall we begin?"